Well, 2 arrests made in the murder of 23-year-old in Canton. We hear from the victim's family as the community comes together in remembrance. Plus, a heated back and forth in Harford County over the proposed budget for public schools. Why some say the situation is dire.
Our temperatures are cool this morning, and we're talking about warmer numbers as we head into the afternoon and for the weekend. Going to break all that down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Well, good morning on this Friday, May 5th. I'm Tom Rogers. Thank you for joining us. We need to get it right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, who says today is going to be better than yesterday. Yesterday was gorgeous.
Pretty nice, right, Tom? Yeah, we saw some dry conditions out there. A few clouds kind of hanging around. Very similar situation today. The difference today is we're going to be warmer. As we take a look outside right now, the setting full moon, that flower moon, is looking very good for springtime right here in Towson. Nothing but clear skies out there. And our temps are not as cold as they were yesterday. We're talking mid to upper 40s as you step out right now. So just a light jacket is all you're going to need early this morning. Warmer numbers for the afternoon and even warmer temperatures as we head toward the weekend. So you can see that nice steady climb with numbers in the 40s for the next few hours, upper 50s through 10 a.m. and mid to upper 60s for our highs this afternoon, creeping close to that 70-degree mark. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn-Stoller traffic network and taking a look over the Towson Parkville area, inner and outer loops. No problems at all, 431.
I had the tears of joy and pain, but we're glad. I'm glad to hear that there is a suspect and there's been an arrest made, because that's what we want. We want justice.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis. 2 arrests have been made in the murder of 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez. Police have arrested a 14-year-old, 18-year-old in connection to that fatal shooting at the T-Mobile in Canton. The identity of the 14-year-old has not been released. The 18-year-old has been identified as Arthur McCaden. Sources familiar with McCaden's criminal record say that he was under the Department of Juvenile Services supervision. Plus, his father was convicted in February for murder. Last night, family, friends, and members of the community gathering right outside of that T-Mobile to hold a vigil in remembrance of Fabian.
He was a kind-hearted spirit. I know he probably touched many hearts here, one way or another, through a joke. Probably crack a smile. That's all we want. Justice for my brother. Justice for every innocent soul that has been taken from our hearts. Not just my heart, my family's, but every other family members out there.
Humble, kind-hearted, a loving guy who worked extra hours, come in early. The type of person that didn't deserve to, the detriment to what happened.
He was just awesome. And then the biggest thing, he was a family man. And even though his light may have went dim today, he birthed so many different lights with his smile and with his personality.
Well, both of the suspects arrested have been charged with first-degree murder. City Councilman Zeke Cohen represents the area of Canton. He tweeted in a response to these arrests, "Grateful to BPD for making a swift arrest in the murder of Fabian Gonzalez. I've been in touch with the state's attorney and plan on providing a community impact statement." And going on to write that he has been in touch with the family and is supporting them with victim impact services. You can head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com, to see our coverage on the blistering report of a Department of Juvenile Services just out 10 days ago, as well as the new Secretary, Vincent Giraldi, who at one time said no criminal should be exposed to the adult system until they turn 21 or 25 years of age. Well, elsewhere in the city in crisis, police are now investigating 2 separate shootings that left 3 people injured. Police telling us that someone shot a 15-year-old along Mount Holly Street around 4:30. Less than 2 hours later, Baltimore police say 2 people were shot along West Lafayette Avenue in Upton. This morning, both of those victims are in critical condition, and homicide detectives were called due to the extent of their injuries. Anyone with information in either of these shootings is asked to call police, or you can call Metro Crime Stoppers. That number right there on your screen, 866-7-LOCK-UP. Authorities are now investigating how a body ended up in the harbor. According to the Baltimore City Firefighters Union, someone spotted the remains in the water right near Harbor East yesterday afternoon. Special Operations Unit caused some backup on South President Street while they were removing the body from the harbor.
Education is a right! That's why we have to fight!
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, Harford County residents pushing back on the proposed budget, and those against it say it doesn't fully meet the public school system's funding request. At a rally right outside the county administration building, teachers called on county leaders to resist a $19 million proposed budget cut for county schools. Educators had asked the county executive for a $19 million budget increase, but instead, County Executive Bob Castley proposed the $19 million decrease.
And there's way too much money going into the central office where most folks are still working remotely and not into the classroom.
Now, teachers, on the other hand, fear the cut could cripple the classrooms and are calling on the county council to draw up a new budget proposal for schools.
I'm afraid that we're going to have to do the worst thing possible, which is lay people off.
Teachers are working 10, 12 hours a day, tutoring, trying to get these kids on track again, and we need to keep them on that path.
I urge you to send Mr. Castley and his team back to the drawing board to produce a budget that actually meets the needs of this county.
However, not everyone in attendance opposed the proposed budget.
They're trying to shut me up.
That is why we have to fight.
I can scream too. Our superintendent gave himself a $71,000 pay increase.
I think he's got a great budget. I think things are going to be funded that need to be funded.
A decision is still weeks away. One of the county executive's priorities was to deliver a proposed budget that does not contain a tax increase, and this one does not. Still ahead on our early edition, brazen attack involving a 14-year-old on a school bus. What we are learning about the suspects. Plus, we are warming up this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if it sticks around for the weekend, and it's a hint, it's going to be gorgeous. You're watching Fox 45's early edition, all local, all morning.
.39 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast here for your Friday morning. Temperatures not bad statewide, mainly 30s and 40s. A little warmer than how we started yesterday with 46 in Westminster, 45 your temp right now in Baltimore up into Bel Air. So as you make your way out, grab a light jacket this morning. Definitely need those sunglasses for later today. Probably don't need the umbrella. May see a stray shower late this afternoon, but overall we are definitely seeing the drier conditions and warmer numbers as we head into the weekend. So grab a light jacket as you're heading out for your running your jog next couple of hours. Numbers staying in the 40s on your jogging cast. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Well, happening today, it's Fallen Heroes Day at Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens in Maryland. We'll be honoring first responders who died in the line of duty this year. Also happening today, MTA will be closing all stations on the Metro subway system for weekend maintenance starting at 6. Of course, it is Cinco de Mayo. People all across our country will be celebrating Mexican heritage. Coming up after the break, a loaded gun found on a bus in Prince George's County. The drastic message from the county executive about accountability among young people. Plus, an ongoing effort from the White House, all to support small businesses across our nation, how federal programs have played a key role in success. And here is what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, the big debt ceiling showdown set for Tuesday at the White House. Meantime, we are tracking wasteful government spending with no signs of stopping. Our Waste of the Week this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
Well, you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekday mornings from 6 to 9. 4:41 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's early edition, all local, all moon, all morning. .443, turning now to counties under pressure. Police say 3 masked teens tried to kill a 14-year-old on a Prince George's County school bus. Now, according to police, the suspects ran onto the bus, pointed the gun at the victim's head, but it wouldn't fire. When the gun failed, the suspects began beating their target before running away. The head of the bus driver union says he's shocked to see this kind of violence among children.
This particular incident is part of a bigger problem, and that is safety for all of our staff, for our students.
Now, officers later found 3 unused bullets on the floor of that bus. In Prince George's County, concerns over student safety continue. A loaded gun confiscated from a student at Golson Middle School in Landover. Now, Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsabrook says the attack is horrifying and violence among young people is unacceptable.
And when these young people are apprehended, let me just say it, they must be held accountable. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. They must be held accountable.
A Howard County teacher charged with sexual abuse. Investigators say 44-year-old Matthew Barth abused a 15-year-old female at Mount Hebron in their high school over several months. Barth was arrested yesterday in North Carolina. He's waiting an extradition hearing. Any additional victims or anyone who may know more information about this case is asked to call Howard County Police. A renewed search in Baltimore County for a mother missing since 2002. Michelle Rust was 22 when she disappeared the morning of her son's birthday in Arbutus. And investigators conducted a search near Relay Elementary School. Police say there have been no activity on Rust's financial accounts, no written checks or ATM activity. Police also say that her credit cards have not been used or found. Foul play is suspected in her death. Making your headlines, Vice President Kamala Harris touting the Biden administration commitment to small businesses. She toured Babylon Microfarms in Virginia, a sustainable indoor farming facility that got its start thanks in part to federal funding. Following her tour, Harris commended the startup for how much it has grown. She also claims more Americans are starting businesses because of federal programs.
Because of the investments we've made, Because of the incredible determination of our nation's entrepreneurs, America is seeing a small business boom. Since we took office, 10.5 million new small businesses have been filed in terms of applications for opening.
The visit also marks National Small Business Week. That's an annual effort to highlight the impact of small business owners. 4:46, the time on this Friday morning. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our forecast as we're heading into a gorgeous weekend, and it is bright outside right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tom. As that full flower moon gets ready to set, we actually have a lunar eclipse today, but it is not going to be visible here because it happens in the afternoon, and so we won't see it. But if you have friends in other parts of the world, when the moon is up and full, that will be the penumbral lunar eclipse that you'll see. So kind of cool on your May 5th, and thanks for dialing that picture in of that full moon that is setting. You can see just how clear things are out there. Temperature at 45 at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Not much in the way of wind to speak of at this time. Overall, we got to the 60s yesterday, and we're starting off this morning in the 40s. Not as cold as yesterday, but overall in your Rise and Shine cast next couple of hours, keeping those numbers in the 40s with that sun up at 6:04 and up until 8:03 tonight. Ah, yes, the Bromo Seltzer Tower right there. Looking forward to that little adventure coming up next Wednesday. 48 your temperature in the 8 o'clock hour. Great day for lunch outdoors. We're talking mid-60s by noontime, and we're talking mid to upper 60s as we head later into the afternoon. About 2, 3 o'clock, we'll see that temperature close to 70 degrees for a lot of us here today. Let's check some of the numbers in your neighborhood. Carroll County, we'll see those temps mainly in the mid-60s. Westminster down through Manchester and Hampstead over to Eldersburg. 65 Reisterstown and Catonsville, 67 in Towson, and 68 your number in Dundalk for this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, Ellicott City down through Columbia and Elkridge across the region. We're talking mid to upper 60s. Glen Burnie, Pasadena down through Annapolis, all looking good in terms of your temperatures. And here's that temperature trend. Notice those numbers trending upwards. So we're going to start being above average starting tomorrow and especially into Sunday and Monday next week. A little bit of a dip by next Wednesday, but notice kind of that overall trend is definitely getting in that above average category, and 70s are definitely a lot more pleasant for springtime than what we've seen lately. So here's our future scan. We got our friend, the big ridge of high pressure. That's going to be sliding in over the next couple of days, continuing to dry us out. There still is a little bit of leftover moisture in the atmosphere and a little bit of uplift that we'll see today. So you're going to see some of those stratocumulus clouds similar to what we saw yesterday afternoon. May pick up a stray shower, but overall, it's not looking like much. Saturday looks great. Really no issues out there. A few clouds around here and there. Sunday, we are tracking another weather maker, but it's not until late Sunday afternoon and into the evening time. That's going to be our best chance to pick up some of those showers. And as we head later into the afternoon, evening, that's going to be our best chance for that. Earlier, that low was going to be a little farther to the south. Now it's kind of models have come into agreement with that shower activity picking up on late Sunday afternoon. But Monday looks dry, and then another round of showers coming in by Tuesday of next week. That's going to bring some showers, possibly even some thunderstorms as well. So that 7-day forecast, as I mentioned, looking pretty good. Today and tomorrow, upper 60s, lower 70s. A little bit more cloud cover with a few showers coming in Sunday afternoon in the upper 70s. And then there's that chance for showers and storms by Tuesday of next week. Either way, though, those temperatures looking quite a bit better. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Some traffic alerts to bring your attention. Bay Bridge will have some delays through the weekend. One lane of the westbound span will be closed for at least 6 hours each night through tomorrow. You can check the full closure schedule right at foxbaltimore.com. Also this weekend, the entire Baltimore metro system having a major shutdown. Officials say this is planned and not like that month-long shutdown that happened in 2018. It starts tonight at 6 and should reopen Monday morning at 5. A bus bridge will be operating this weekend between all Metro subway stations every 30 minutes. Taking a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, 895-95 cameras here, looking pretty good. Now we got to get a check on your mass transit for this Friday morning. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, you'll find Penn Train 403 operating with a 8 to 10 minute delay. A lot of time for travel there. The other trains of BART look good for your Friday start. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, it's on time in both directions of that service. And Metro Subway Link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Still ahead this morning, the violent crime crisis among young people continues. What we are learning about the suspects in the murder of a 23-year-old. Plus, new efforts from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to bring justice to his country. The push to put the Russian president on trial. 4:51, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .454, turning to a city in crisis, Baltimore City's Code X-Ray is working to save lives. Just yesterday, when a vacant home in Baltimore went up in flames, firefighters knew how to approach the problem. You can see just how much damage the fire caused to the abandoned building in North Baltimore. The president of a local fire union says firefighters on the scene were able to safely respond, all thanks to Code X-Ray program. For months, local fire departments have been making vacant homes. They've been marking them with warning signs, letting first responders know if they're at risk for collapsing. While warning signs can be helpful to protect those firefighters, they're not a permanent solution to the problem.
Until the city comes up with the money to knock these buildings down, they're always going to be a problem.
According to a city dashboard, there were more than 14,000 vacant buildings in Baltimore. Turning now to a crisis in the classroom, and a video of a California high schooler confronting her school board is going viral. The student, Megan from Riverside, you see here, which is just outside of Los Angeles, was addressing a recent fight between two classmates. She says one of the classmates is transgender and was allowed to use the girls' restrooms. Megan claims that put students' safety at risk and led to the fight.
Why don't we ever get a say in whether or not we are comfortable with this? The truth is, we aren't. The majority of us aren't, and yet nothing has been done to protect the safety of these women.
The district released a statement saying that the student was expelled after the fight. There was no information provided for the expelled student. Spokesperson told Sinclair Broadcast Group the district would not be commenting any further due to the student's privacy rights. Well, making your headlines this morning on a Friday, closing arguments are set to begin Monday morning in the civil battery and defamation trial against former President Donald Trump. Attorneys for writer E. Jean Carroll and Donald Trump rested their respective cases. Carroll accusing Trump of raping her in the mid-1990s in the dressing room of a department store. Trump has denied any wrongdoing. Trump's lawyers decided not to put on a defense case, meaning that they will not call witnesses. The judge said he would give Trump until 5 Sunday night to change his mind and testify in his own defense. Taking you live to Washington, D.C. this morning and the White House here, where 4 members of the far-right Proud Boys group, they are found guilty of seditious conspiracy by a jury. They were accused of trying to forcibly prevent the peaceful transfer of power from then President Trump to Joe Biden January 6, 2021. Former Proud Boy leaders Enrique Tarrio is among the 4 convicted. Now, it's the 3rd time the Justice Department has secured convictions for seditious conspiracy of those who breached the Capitol that day. The charge carries a prison sentence of up to 20 years. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland says he's promised in his confirmation hearing that he'd hold the January 6 rioters accountable.
Today's verdict is another example of our steadfast commitment to keeping those promises. The Justice Department will never stop working to defend the democracy to which all Americans are entitled.
Well, Garland says the department has secured more than 600 convictions involving that day and the days leading up to it. Executions may soon return to South Carolina after the state Senate approved shield law legislation. Under the bill, South Carolina could buy the drugs needed for lethal injection without revealing the name of the company who sells them. The proposal also requires the names of the members of the execution team to be kept secret. South Carolina has had a 12-year freeze on the death penalty after pharmacies refused to sell the state more lethal injection drugs. The bill now heads to the desk of Governor Henry McMaster, who has said that he will sign it. Taking you live to North Carolina, Hickory, North Carolina here, where the state Senate has passed a bill to tighten restrictions on abortion. The state's Democratic governor says that he will veto the bill, but the Republican supermajority in the legislature can override him. State law currently bans nearly all abortions after 20 weeks of pregnancy. Under this measure, it would be 12 weeks. It also caps abortions in cases of rapes or incest at 20 weeks. There would also be exceptions for when the life of the mother is in danger. That will remain. Turning now to the war in Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky wants Russia leaders to be put on trial. Zelensky visiting the International Criminal Court and urging the global community to hold Vladimir Putin accountable. ICC issued a warrant for his arrest on war crimes in March, but Putin's chances of standing trial are very slim. The court does not have the police force to execute warrants, and Putin is not likely to going to travel to any of the 123 member nations under obligation to arrest him.
Two arrests made in the murder of a 23-year-old here in Canton. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're hearing from the victim's family as the community remembers him.
A big day ahead as lawmakers attempt to address the crisis at the border of the new bills being introduced.
Temperatures not too bad right now. We are warming up today and into the weekend. We're going to break it all down for you right here on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Coming up on 5 o'clock on this Friday, May 5th, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers on this Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, not looking too bad, guys. Mid-60s yesterday.
It's pretty good.
A little bit more warmer temperatures today, about 4 or 5 degrees warmer. Great for afternoon celebrations, whatever you might be doing, whether it's just a Friday and getting into the first weekend of the new month. There's that setting full moon right there as we look from our Mile 1 Auto Group here in Towson, looking very nice and mainly clear skies. Our temperatures not as cold as yesterday, but overall mid to upper 40s is what we're seeing for Cockeysville and Towson. 43 Baltimore City right now, 46 your temp in Brooklyn Park. So overall, next couple of hours out for your morning drive, we're seeing numbers staying mainly in the 40s. We'll get to the 50s by about 9 a.m. and really not much to get in your way in terms of the weather. Should top out at 69 today, lower 50s tonight, and then back to the lower 70s for tomorrow. A little closer look at your forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic map here, we have our map pulled up, and my goodness, this is picture perfect. You'd think it was St. Patrick's Day. We are green everywhere you look. Turning now to a city in crisis. The 2 suspects in the armed robbery and shooting at the T-Mobile in Canton have been arrested. Both are accused of shooting and killing a 23-year-old T-Mobile employee.
Olivia Dance is joining us live now with the latest updates on this arrest and reaction now from the victim's family. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Tom, an 18-year-old and 14-year-old boy are behind bars this morning, charged with first-degree murder. Now they're accused of the shooting that happened right here inside this T-Mobile in Canton during the day on Sunday. Now the shooting happened when the suspects attempted to rob the store. They shot and killed 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez, who was just trying to do his job. A candlelight vigil was held yesterday for Fabian as family, friends, and co-workers were remembering him. Fabian's brother heard reports of the first arrest in connection with his brother's murder.
I had the tears of joy and pain, but we're glad. I'm glad to hear that there is a suspect and there's been an arrest made, because that's what we want. We want justice. That's all we want. Justice for my brother. Justice for every innocent soul that has been taken from our hearts. Not just my heart, my family's, but every other family members out there.
Arthur McCaden is the 18-year-old who was arrested and charged in connection to Fabian's fatal shooting. Sources familiar with McCaden's criminal record say he was under the Department of Juvenile Services supervision. Also, his father was convicted for murder back in February. Again, police also arrested a 14-year-old in connection with Fabian's murder. Another young person accused of killing yet another young person behind bars this morning. And right now you're looking at a memorial for Fabian right here outside of the T-Mobile. Police say there are no more suspects in this case, but Fabian's family is calling on the mayor to do more to stop crime. You can watch their full emotional interview on our YouTube page. Just search Fox Baltimore. For now, reporting live in Canton, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
All right, Olivia, thank you. City Councilman Zeke Cohen represents the area of Canton. He tweeted in response to the arrest saying that he is grateful to BPD for making a swift arrest in the murder of Fabian Gonzalez. I have been in touch with the state's attorney and plan on providing a community impact statement. Now, he went on to say that he has been in touch with the family and is supporting them with the impact services.
You know, as a defense attorney, I didn't stand for this behavior. And I certainly will not stand for this behavior as the Baltimore City State's attorney.
2 Baltimore City police officers are now facing criminal charges. The first, Officer C.J. Watson, is accused of selling drugs while on the job in Baltimore County. Now, Watson was under surveillance from both BPD and county police when he was caught leaving his post to sell the drugs at a tattoo shop, according to prosecutors. The second officer indicted, Alexis Acosta, is now facing manslaughter and other reckless driving charges related to this fatal crash in East Baltimore last June. Acosta was responding to a call when he hit and killed 58-year-old Terry Harrell, who was riding on a scooter. The city approved a $400,000 settlement with Harrell's family earlier this year. And this announcement now marks 6 Baltimore City police officers indicted on criminal charges this year. The cases are all separate and unrelated. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates questioned if this is a concerning pattern.
Well, I wouldn't say I see a pattern. What I see is our office holding officers accountable, and that we're doing that with individuals who are breaking the law. But what I can tell you I have seen is the consent decree I do believe is working. I do believe, having been a defense attorney and seen some of the police actions before, what I'm seeing now is that we're starting to catch up with the officers that need to be held accountable.
From our live center now this morning, today lawmakers are pushing for a new bill to temporarily grant border officials the authority to continue to expel migrants in a similar fashion to Title 42 once that order ends. It comes as the surge of migrants flooding the southern border has prompted concern from both parties. The legislative fix would not directly extend Title 42, but it would give the administration a 2-year temporary solution to continue to expel migrants in a similar fashion. The key distinction, it would not rely on a public health order. The legislation would need at least 60 votes to pass the Senate, making it all but guaranteed that it won't pass before Title 42's expiration. Well, this comes as Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas makes a 2-day trip to the border. The White House says that he will hold a news conference sometime today. And next week, the House is set to vote on its own sweeping border and migration proposal. We are going to continue to follow this and bring you any updates as they come in from the Live Center.
Happening today, 38th Annual Fallen Heroes Day ceremony.
That event honors police, firefighters, and emergency medical and rescue personnel who have died in the line of duty.
The event is being held at the Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens in Timonium. And joining us live from the gardens this morning, Mike Dunn, retired senior officer with the Maryland Transportation Authority. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning.
Now, you've been on the planning committee for more than 30 years. Can you describe what will be taking place today?
At the beginning of the ceremony, we'll have mounted units, motor units, and many honor guards walking into the site carrying the various flags, both the U.S., Maryland State, and their agency flags. And that will start the ceremony as we get to honor our fallen heroes.
Yeah, just watching the colors coming in is so symbolic. Mike, what is the fallen heroes? What does that mean to you?
It's people who had to cross that thin red or blue line. They gave it their all. They were dedicated to their job, and they wound up having to make the ultimate sacrifice for the safety of other people.
Yeah, and also a place, though, that families can come and gather, too, because there are so many wrapped around with them. We hear that one of your colleagues is among the heroes today that will be honored. Can you tell us about him?
I met Greg when I first went with Transportation Authority Police 18 years ago. Never had the opportunity to work directly with him, but I did meet his family when he did pass away in preparing for the funeral service. At the time, I was a member of the Honor Guard unit with Transportation Authority. And as with many of the fallen who were laying here, I was involved with the planning of their funerals, especially with the ceremonial honors.
Mike Dunn, thank you so much for giving us just a little glimpse into the services that will be happening. And of course, we'll be checking back in with you a little bit later on this morning.
Thank you.
Schools need teachers! Schools need books!
A fiery back and forth in Harford County over the proposed budget cuts for the school system. We hear from both sides of the debate.
While police make arrests in the case of the T-Mobile killing, there are several other cases that have seen little to no progress. We take a look at the closure rate so far this year.
And in your weather headlines, we're talking about temperatures in the 40s right now, on our way to a nice afternoon and a very warmer weekend. Considering where we've been, we'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few. 5:11 is your time right now on your Weather Authority forecast. Taking a look out here from our Towson camera right now. Just saw that moon just fall right below the building right there on the right side of your screen as it is setting here this morning, that full flower moon. And we've got clear skies this morning, numbers in the 40s for the next couple of hours as you rise and shine with us. Grab that cup of joe and enjoy breakfast with us as well. High temps today, mid to upper 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Those numbers a little closer to average than where we've been throughout the week. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Trending this morning, Princess Leia finally gets her place in showbiz royalty.
Now, late Carrie Fisher receiving her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Now, Fisher had a diverse career, including an author and Emmy award-winning TV actress. Her daughter, Billie Lourd, helped unveil the star, which is right near Mark Hamill's star. And as you see right there, he was also in attendance along with R2-D2 and C-3PO.
Pretty perfect for Star Wars Day yesterday, yes. Well, a heated back and forth in Harford County over the proposed budget cut for schools. Why some say the situation is dire.
Plus, the back and forth over the debt ceiling continues when leaders will need to come to an agreement to avoid a default. 5:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, a local all morning. .15 on this Friday morning in your consumer news. The White House is still hopeful the nation will avoid a default amid the ongoing debt ceiling showdown. President Joe Biden and GOP lawmakers appearing to be at an impasse over these federal finances. House Republicans argue they have done their part, passing legislation to raise the national debt limit by $1.5 trillion in exchange for cuts across some domestic programs. Democrats insist on a clean bill, but have not put their own proposal forward yet. The Office of Management and Budget Director Shalonda Young says that she's optimistic leaders will help find a path forward.
Well, let me be very clear. Congress needs to do its job. Tomorrow, they could put a bill on the floor to make sure we don't default. This is of people's own making. I could probably write the bill for them in 5 minutes. It's pretty easy.
Well, the president and Congress need to reach some sort of agreement by June 1st to avoid a default. When asked if the president would sign a bill that would raise the debt limit for a shorter period of time, Young suggested it would be a good sign for negotiations. She stressed discussions are not yet there. Biden will host the top 4 congressional leaders at the White House next week for a face-to-face talk. Bud Light's parent company is tripling its marketing spending to boost sales after the backlash for partnering with a transgender influencer. Anheuser-Busch CEO downplayed the impact, saying the sales declines in the first 3 weeks of April represent only 1% of its global volumes. The problem popped up on April 1st when transgender influencer Dylan Mulvaney posted a video on Instagram opening a Bud Light with Mulvaney's face right on them. Bud Light sales dropped 22% compared to the same week a year ago. Now, the Biden administration is cautioning Americans about the growing risks of medical credit cards and loans. In fact, they warn high interest rates are deepening patients' debts and threatening financial security. That's based off of a new report from the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, which found Americans spent $1 billion in interest on medical bills from 2018 to 2020. The report also notes more and more hospitals and medical providers pushing third-party lenders onto their patients, often replacing low or no-cost payment plans offered by the provider.
The owner of Olive Garden is adding a high-end steak chain to its lineup. Darden Restaurants has agreed to buy Roos Hospitality Group, formerly Roos Chris Steakhouse, and a deal that would put the fine dining steakhouse under the same roof as Olive Garden, Longhorn Steakhouse, and Seasons 52. The all-cash deal is valued at $715 million and is expected to be completed in June, pending regulatory approvals. The original Chris Steakhouse opened in New Orleans in 1927 and was acquired by Ruth Fertile back in 1965. Well, the company has 154 locations worldwide, including 80 company-owned or operated restaurants and 74 franchised restaurants. Classic board games are being remade for older adults. Hasbro and Ageless Innovation announcing new versions of Scrabble, the game of life, and Trivial Pursuit. The companies want to make the games easier and more fun for seniors. Updates to the games include larger wording on the pieces and the boards, as well as more relatable content for an older adult.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by Shine Medical Center.
Well, it's that time of year where we celebrate Mom, and you can win extra spending money every day, every weekday from now until May 12th. Just grab your phone, scan the QR code that you see right there on your screen for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania trivia contest, get the question right, and you can win $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom. Again, scan the QR to get the Mother's Day Mania trivia question of the day, and good luck.
All right, 5:19 now, and it's time to get another check of our Friday forecast.
Meteorologist Dustin Chambers here, excited about the weekend forecast, too.
And Mother's Day next Sunday.
My gosh, that's
National Hoagie Day today.
Come on now.
Something you like, right?
Yeah.
Or a grinder. Do you call it a grinder from Philly?
No, hoagies only. Hoagies, it's the way it was. This body was built on hoagies.
Yeah. And you worked at Wawa, too.
I did. I did work at Wawa.
Great help.
During high school,
Do you call them subs, hoagies, grinders?
I call them subs, yeah. Back in the West Coast, we call them subs, but it's all good. Either way.
It's a good day.
Big old sandwich. Yeah, and then it's Cinco de Mayo. I mean, come on. Let's go. Our live cam right now, we are watching that moon setting this morning from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. The full moon as that, and looking at that flower moon looking pretty good, obviously, with all of those flowers that are blooming out there in springtime. Beep, beep. All right, let's get those kiddos ready to go to the bus stop. Next couple of hours, temps staying in the 40s. We'll be in the mid-60s by noontime and upper 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Overall, a very nice afternoon, especially when you pick the kids up. Great day to fly today. Pilots, VFR all day. We're talking visual flight rules. It was great to get up there and fly around yesterday and the last couple days, actually, and so it will be another good day today. 73 is typically where we are this time of year. We're going to be closer to those average numbers in the mid to upper 60s across central Maryland, even close to 70 in Baltimore City this afternoon. Up and down the 95 corridor, 68 in D.C. Speaking of Philly, 64 there today. Down the ocean, looking at about 59 there. there at Ocean City, but 71 your temp in Richmond. Betty the Butterfly having a good day today. Your outdoors cast 3 greens across the board. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday staying mainly dry as we head into the weekend. And this is why, the big old H on that map. That ridge of high pressure, that's what's sliding in. We still have a few of those clouds developing this afternoon. You may see a stray shower, but really not going to be much in the way of any rain. In fact, we stayed dry through Saturday and most of Sunday. Now there are more indications that we could see a few showers develop late Sunday afternoon into Sunday evening. Not talking about a lot of rain from this system, but either way, something to kind of put into your plans just to know that still might need that umbrella in the second half of the weekend. Here's that 7-day forecast. Upper 60s today, lower 70s tomorrow, upper 70s Sunday, even 80 by Monday of next week. And we do have another chance for some showers, even thunderstorms into Tuesday next week as well. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we have your Len Stoller Traffic Network, and it's been looking pretty good here this morning. We have some volume picking up as we take a live look right here, but otherwise no issues to report. Let's get a check on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 505 operating with an 8 to 10 minute delay. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the commute start. Out there on Metro Subway Link, expect about a 15-minute delay in your travels. Allow time for travel there, too. Light Rail Link right on time from end to end. No delays there. All Metro Subway Link stations will close for a necessary weekend upgrade beginning this evening at 6 p.m. through Sunday, May 7th. With a return to service on Monday, May 8th at 5 a.m. A shuttle bus bridge will be in place throughout the period. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Today is Cinco de Mayo. In our next half hour, the deals that you can score throughout the weekend.
Harford County teachers are calling on leaders to resist a $19 million budget cut. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the proposed budget and those teachers' concerns. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Making your headlines this morning, Alabama baseball's head coach is fired over a report of suspicious gambling surrounding his team. 4 days ago, a report came out about suspicious wagers on Alabama games in Ohio, prompting Ohio to ban people from betting on the team.
A cloud over the first jewel of horse racing's Triple Crown. Churchill Downs is suspending a trainer 2 days before the Kentucky Derby after 4 horses died in a span of 5 days.
Officials say 2 of the horses were put down after suffering injuries. The other 2 horses just died suddenly. Saffie Joseph Jr., who trained 2 of the horses, was suspended. And in a statement, Churchill Downs called the incidents unusual and said that they must be addressed. Joseph says that he's shattered.
Like, it's mind-boggling. Like, the odds of it happening twice is a trillion. I run 4,000 horses, almost 4,000 horses, and it never happened like that. So it doesn't make sense.
The Kentucky Horse Racing Commission said an investigation is active as they try to determine specific causes of death.
The Preakness Stakes is 2 weeks later in Baltimore. Maryland has seen recent controversy over horse deaths as well. Laurel Park's track reopening last weekend after a shutdown over safety concerns, where 2 horses suffered fatal injuries in April. Launching a Maryland Racing Commission investigation, they found necessary improvements were made to reopen the track safely for racing last weekend.
Still ahead this morning, a warmer weekend ahead. A weather authority team letting us know if it lasts next week.
Plus, a new jobs report set to drop later this morning. We're going to take a look at the companies letting people go and who's hiring this summer season. 5:27 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Early Edition on this Friday, May 5th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly how warm and gorgeous it's going to be this weekend.
We deserve it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with this weekend forecast.
It smells like barbecue in here.
Think so?
Yeah. Does somebody have barbecue?
I don't think so. Not that I know of.
Anybody?
You're just smelling the weekend coming.
Yeah.
Huh. All right.
Barbecue cast. I mean, I thought you were going to whip out the grill.
Oh, you want the grill cast?
Yeah.
All right. All right. I'll put it in the queue. Let's take a look outside right now and see what. Oh, See what I did there? I put it in the queue. I put the... All right. Anyway, our Towson Cam, good morning to you. Looking at a beautiful shot here of that morning glow. Very nice here before that sun rises with mainly clear skies. Cool temperatures this morning. Warmer for the afternoon and even warmer as we head into the weekend. So our morning drive, we're going to see those numbers in the low to mid 40s here over the next couple of hours. Mr. Bose says we are good to go. Should top out close to 70 today. We'll look for lower 70s Saturday and then upper 70s on Sunday. That's what we're looking at in terms of your first weekend of May. Back with your full forecast in just a few. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network, and we want to show you one incident. It's two vehicles over on the right shoulder there. You see right on the outer loop, right near Providence Road, and not really causing any delays for your morning commute.
Well, turning to the crisis in the classroom as there is a tug of war in Harford County over school funding.
Harford County Executive Bob Cassidy's proposed budget would give less money to the school system, and Superintendent Dr. Sean Bolson, well, they were at odds over the funding, but now teachers are getting involved.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live now with details on what teachers are asking for. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Tom, a decision on the budget is still weeks away, but now Harford County teachers are calling on leaders to resist a $19 million budget cut for county schools. Take a listen to some of their concerns.
I'm afraid that we're going to have to do the worst thing possible, which is lay people off.
Teachers are working 10, 12 hours a day, tutoring, trying to get these kids on track again, and we need to keep them on that path.
Teachers rallied in Bel Air on Thursday to make their concerns heard. Educators asked for a $19 million increase in funding, but County Executive Cassidy's proposed budget came with a $19 million decrease instead. The county executive argues that too much money is going into the central office and not the classrooms. Despite the rally, though, some are speaking out in favor of the county executive's proposed budget.
They're trying to shut me up. I can scream too. Our superintendent gave himself a $71,000 pay increase. I think we need to kind of look at where the money is going.
I think he's got a great budget. I think things are going to be funded that need to be funded.
And the county executive said one of his priorities was to avoid a tax increase, and this proposed budget successfully does that. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Olivia, turning now to a city in crisis. While there has been an arrest in the murder of Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez, dozens of cases remain open. Now, two Baltimore City mothers say there are a small number of family members who received justice for the murder of their loved one. Liza Holly's son, Darrell Hudson, was stabbed in the middle of the day, while Anita Thomas's son, Deontay Belcher, was shot and killed. Both accused killers are behind bars, convicted in crimes, but there are countless other families who remain without answers. As of right now, over half of the city's homicides are unsolved.
Baltimore's had 300-plus murders the last 8 years. They solve by arrest less than a quarter of them.
Baltimore has seen 89 homicides so far this year. According to the Baltimore police, their uniform crime reporting closure rate is 40%. That equals out to be more than 50 homicides unsolved for this year, 2023. Fox 45 News spoke with retired homicide investigator Dave Walker, who says the average homicide rate should hover around 60%. Baltimore Police Department tells Fox 45 their cumulative closure rate is 53.9% based on open warrants for homicide.
It's not just families. Business owners are fed up with the crime crisis. One woman tells Fox 45 News she's closing down the store that she has run for more than 40 years for her own safety. Jody Rosoff says that her store was robbed at gunpoint twice in just 6 months. This is actual video from one of those incidents. A man posing as a customer walks behind the counter, pulls out a weapon, demands money. She was able to get to her own gun and shoot the attacker. He was arrested, but even after successfully defending herself, she says that she is running a business and it's just become too much of a risk to do so.
We have been here in the city for 44 years. For 44 years, we have paid property taxes, we have paid retail sales taxes, we have employed people. Shame on the mayor, shame on, the judges and the prosecutors and our former state's attorney for letting this happened to Baltimore City.
She made it out of the experience with non-life-threatening injuries.
Happening today, the 38th annual Fallen Heroes Day ceremony.
That event honors police, firefighters, and emergency medical and rescue personnel who have died in the line of duty.
The event is being held at Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens in Timonium. I want to head back out to the gardens this morning with retired senior officer with the Maryland Transportation Authority, Mike Dunn.
Mike, good morning. We know that you have been helping organize this ceremony. My goodness, for more than 30 years now, you are the coordinator of the 25 to 30 Honor Guard units from across the state. How does that play a role in today?
Good morning. That plays a major role. That's how the ceremony starts, as all the units march in as one large unit. And we stand in front of and on side of the memorial during the entire ceremony. And then at the appropriate time, we render honors to the fallen heroes.
Mike, I mean, keeping that tradition going, how important is it to make sure that families bring their young children to witness this?
Very important, that especially the young ones that realize what is going on, they can see how their loved ones are being remembered. We've also had families bring out children after their grandparents passed away years ago to see how they were honored in the past and take part in the ceremony.
And this really has become...
With the children especially...
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, with the children, part of the ceremony is the wreath laying. So again, today with the governor, we will have the children and grandchildren of this year's fallen heroes place the wreath in front of the memorial.
That's great.
It's a special day for the whole community here to honor those. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We're going to be checking back in.
Thanks, Mike.
You're welcome.
2 arrests made in the murder of a 23-year-old in Canton. We hear from the victim's family as the community comes together in remembrance.
And we are waiting on the monthly jobs report set to drop at 8:30 this morning. That's a live shot right now over the Capitol with no filter, as that is a gorgeous sunrise. Why the Federal Reserve will be keeping a close eye on today's report.
And temperatures expected to reach the 60s. Check out some of these live looks here. But it's going to be hotter this weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking those temperatures ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. Time now 5:38. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Well, from the Live Center this morning, we are waiting on the monthly jobs report and unemployment numbers to come out in just a few hours from now, about 8:30 this morning. April's jobs are expected to drop to 193,000. Now, the slowest pace, I should say, we've seen over the last 2 years. The unemployment rate is expected to tick up slightly, 3.6%. This comes as Jenny Craig tells its employees it will be shutting its doors in the U.S. and Canada. Corporate and salaried field employees' last day is today. Companies likely transitioning to e-commerce model. Jenny Craig could file for bankruptcy as soon as this week ends and is warning of more shutdowns and mass layoffs. On the other side, though, United Airlines is hiring mode. Now, the major airlines company recruiting 7,000 new workers in the first 4 months of this year and plans to hire 15,000 new workers by the end of the year. By 2026, United projects adding 50,000 workers to its workforce that hovered around 93,000 at the start of this year. The Federal Reserve will be closely monitoring today's report for evidence that the labor market is finally softening after months of strong job claims and gains as policymakers try to wrestle that sky-high inflation. We'll have a breakdown of that report once we've had a chance to look over it right here from the Live Center.
Well, still ahead today is Cinco de Mayo, and people across the nation will be celebrating Mexican heritage. The special offers that you can take advantage of. And the entire Baltimore metro system having a major shutdown this weekend. The other ways you can get from point to point this weekend. It is 5:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. Happening today, a great way to end the week. It's Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, every year on the 5th of May, Americans celebrate Mexican-American heritage and pride.
The United States Congress issuing a proclamation back in 2005 calling on Americans to observe Cinco de Mayo. Most people do so by enjoying a Mexican-themed meal, maybe some tacos, maybe a margarita. You can also explore Mexican culture, music, dance, and film.
There will be a handful of restaurants marking the day with specials, too. Applebee's, their customers can get specially priced alcoholic drinks for $6. Chipotle gives free delivery through its app or website by using promo code Cinco23. Taco Bell gives 10% off of its steak grilled cheese burritos. Yeah, Justin's excited about that. The deal is capped at $10, though, and good for reward members.
I thought you gave up Taco Bell. You were taking a break?
Maybe. We'll see
I
what
got you
happens.
covered. Well, some of you are already celebrating. Diana sent in this adorable picture. This is Bruno. Oh, my gosh, it looks like a stuffed animal. All dressed up for the day. Super cute. Little mariachi band member.
He doesn't look too happy to be here.
What a pretty dog, though. We'd love to see how you're celebrating the day. You can scan the QR code on your screen. That is going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, and that is the place that you can upload your pictures, your videos. It's all powered by Stackla.
So will you be sipping on those margaritas indoors or outdoors?
Outside with a little bit of salt on the rim.
There you go.
And sipping them outdoors. Yes, absolutely. For today. Going to be real nice. Applebee's.
Is that where you're going? I'm going to La Gerechita in Manchester. A very good, authentic Mexican
Excellent.
place.
Way better than Applebee's. Oh, Applebee's have specials on Cinco de Mayo. Why? Nobody goes to Applebee's anymore. Come on.
Hey, a taco's a taco.
Jeez.
People go
They
there.
have tacos at Applebee's?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, that's ridiculous. That's like having hamburgers at IHOP. I don't like that either. Our Towson Cam, good morning to you. Our Mile 1 Auto Group, beautiful shot this morning with that morning glow. Now, oh man, we had that shot a second ago, but Matt moved it, or somebody did. Either way, we had a shot of that setting full moon, but really pretty shot here over the Inner Harbor from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Numbers are climbing. Upper 50s and low 60s as we take you through 11 a.m. Upper 60s is where we're going to end up this afternoon. Now, the average is 73, so at least we're a little bit closer to that number. Across Baltimore and Carroll County, 66 in White Marsh and Perry Hall today, 69 in Dundalk out through Edgemere and Sparrows Point, also 69 in downtown Baltimore. If you're hanging out there in Canton and Fells, Nacho Mama's is a great place to go any day of the year. Mid to upper 60s for Bel Air and Aberdeen up into Perryman. We're seeing those numbers in those mid-60s for Cecil County as well for your afternoon. All right, here it is, Tom. I told you, you requested it, so this is your grill cast. I like to call it the dripping meat cast because when you look closely, you can see right there. Look at that. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my.
Dripping meat, baby. Woo! Upper 60s here in that 4 o'clock hour, maybe grilling up some carne asada for today. Here's a look at our future scan. Ridge of high pressure settling in here. That's going to keep us dry for the next couple of days. Now, we are tracking our next weather maker, at least the chance of a few showers coming in. It's going to be late Sunday afternoon into the evening time. So not completely dry for the weekend, but again, we're not tracking a lot of rain with that system. Just a stray shower or two will be possible. Better chance of showers and actual storms comes on Tuesday of next week, but you can see that temperature trend close to 70 today, well into the 70s for both Saturday and Sunday, and even close to 80 by Monday of next week.
Looks good, Justin. We've got some traffic alerts, meantime, though, to bring your attention to. Here we go. The Bay Bridge is going to have some delays through the weekend. One lane of the westbound span will be closed for at least 6 hours each night through tomorrow. You can check the full closure schedule at foxbaltimore.com. Also this weekend, the entire Baltimore metro system is having a major shutdown. Officials say this is planned and not like the month-long shutdown back in 2018. It starts tonight at 6 p.m. all the way into Monday, May 8th at 5 a.m. A bus bridge will be operating this weekend between all metro subway stations every 30 minutes. So that should help you out there.
Well, now let's take a look at your Lens Solar traffic network. Everyone's in the green except for one issue to report here. We're taking shots over there at the Bay Bridge, but really the one that we want to talk about is the two collision vehicles. They are just clearing it up right now. Actually, live shot right there. Tow trucks moved away, and it is now cleared right at Providence Road, so no issues to report there. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, Graham. He's cruising around the outer loop, it looks like, as the sun's coming up. Traffic's moving along just fine. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit, and we have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find train 505 on the Penn line, operating with a 25 to 30-minute delay, and train 874 on the Brunswick line, running about 10 to 15 minutes late. Allow time for travel there. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, it's operating on time. No delays or issues for your commute there. Metro Subway Link, however, operating with about a 10 to 15-minute delay, so allow time for travel there between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A big day ahead as lawmakers attempt to address the crisis at the border. The new bills being introduced.
Plus, the violent crime crisis among young people continues. What we're learning about the suspects in the murder of a 23-year-old. Time now 5:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Making your headlines this morning, police in Serbia are on the hunt for a 21-year-old male suspected of killing 8 and injuring 14 others. Now, according to state media there, the attacker used an automatic weapon to shoot, or a semi-automatic weapon, to shoot at a group of people in a village 30 miles south of the country's capital. This comes as the country mourns the deaths of 8 children and 1 school guard who were killed in a mass shooting Wednesday, the first school shooting ever for the country recorded. Police say a 14-year-old used his father's guns to carry out that attack at school.
Morning, where President Joe Biden is threatening sanctions against the individuals responsible for the violence in Sudan. This is part of an executive order the president signed yesterday. The order does not name any specific individuals, but it paves the way for punitive measures against the 2 warring generals at the center of the violence. A week-long ceasefire was set to begin yesterday, but the fighting persists, with both sides blaming each other for violating the truce.
We also continue to insist, negotiate, be directly involved in aspects of ensuring that there is a ceasefire that can lead to a cessation of hostilities that we believe is necessary to get us back to what we believe is the will of the Sudanese people.
Well, the State Department clarified the executive order is not an announcement of sanctions, but creates the authority to do at the right time. The death toll in Sudan surpassed 500 this week. According to the United Nations, at least 5,000 are injured and hundreds of thousands more are without homes.
Well, now taking you live to New York City, where protesters are gathering, calling for justice after a homeless person was killed on a subway train Monday. 30-year-old Jordan Neely was reportedly having a mental health episode when a passenger was forced to hold him in a chokehold, Neely ultimately dying. His death has been ruled a homicide caused by a compression of his neck. Protesters now calling for justice after the man seen on the video holding Neely is in a chokehold was set free. The group gathered at Barclays Center in Brooklyn, reportedly marching towards the main courthouse in Manhattan.
Days after killing his family, that is, questions are being raised about why a convicted sex offender was released from prison early in Oklahoma, despite facing new charges while behind bars.
Police say 39-year-old Jesse McFadden killed his wife, her 3 children, and their 2 friends before killing himself Monday. McFadden served 17 years of a 20-year sentence for a first-degree rape and was released in October of 2020, but he had been charged with new crimes in 2017 for using contraband phone to trade nude photos with a minor and was released on bond after being rearrested. Now families of the victims are demanding action from lawmakers.
Because they're on some stupid sex registry that people think work, clearly doesn't work. We need to make changes. We need legislation to fix these laws. No more sex registries. We just need to keep them in prison.
The Department of Corrections says McFadden was able to earn credits for behavior, attitude, and completing educational programs. Registered sex offenders are allowed to live with their own children and stepkids as long as they were not victims. The DOC did not address the new charges. McFadden was supposed to report to court Monday morning for that case.
In Northern California, police have arrested the man accused of a deadly stabbing spree.
According to police, 21-year-old Carlos Dominguez is now in custody, facing 2 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder. And this comes after he allegedly stabbed 3 people over the course of 5 days, killing 2 and severely injuring the 3rd. Authorities arrested Dominguez on Wednesday after receiving several tips of a man matching police description.
I also commend the people of Davis who worked together to keep each other safe and supported, and who shared tips and critical information to help crack this case. A murderer is off the streets.
Police identifying Dominguez as a former student of the University of California, Davis. His stabbing sparking safety concerns for students, prompting the campus to cancel events and expand its safe ride service.
2 arrests made in the murder of a 23-year-old here in Canton. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're hearing from the victim's family as the community remembers him.
Today, those who have died in the line of duty will be honored. Coming up, how Fallen Heroes Day is celebrating its 38th ceremony.
As we're walking into the weekend, our temperatures are going up. We'll be talking about how warm they get and when our next chance for rain is as well. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
5:59 on the Cinco de Mayo, and it is a Friday, May 5th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here with us this morning.
Yesterday, great, right?
It was good.
It was good.
Afternoon.
It was crisp. Yeah,
nice.
Gray
Nice
skies.
Clouds out there as well. The blue skies were nice. We're going to see more of the blue skies today, more sunshine and temperatures that are going to be even warmer. So as we look out right now over beautiful Baltimore, our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, mainly clear conditions, that full moon setting in the west and the sun rising in the east very shortly. So our temperatures statewide, 38 in Cumberland, 39 Hagerstown, most of us in the low to mid 40s for Baltimore and Bel Air up into Westminster at this time. So out for your morning drive, next couple of hours, temperature staying mainly in the 40s with dry conditions. We're all the way to the 50s by about 9 o'clock. Should top out today close to 70 degrees, which is still a few degrees below average, but a lot closer than we've been for sure. That sun coming up in a few minutes up until 8:03 tonight. So plenty of time to do stuff outside and into the evening for your Friday. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and taking a shot from the Francis Scott Key Bridge. The Key Bridge looks great right there as the sun's starting to come up, and you see all the green around the map. So thankfully, no issues to report on this Friday morning at 6 o'clock.
Turning now to a city in crisis. The two suspects in the armed robbery and shooting at the T-Mobile in Canton have been arrested. Both are accused of shooting and killing a 23-year-old T-Mobile employee.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the latest updates on the arrest and now the reaction from the victim's family. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Tom, an 18-year-old and 14-year-old boy are behind bars this morning, charged with first-degree murder. They're accused of the shooting that happened right here inside this T-Mobile in Canton during the day on Sunday. The shooting happened when the suspects attempted to rob the store, and that's when they shot and killed 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez, who was just trying to do his job. A candlelight vigil was held yesterday for Fabian, and as family, friends, and coworkers were remembering him, Fabian's brother heard reports of the first arrest in connection with his brother's murder.
I had the tears of joy and pain, but we're glad. I'm glad to hear that there is a suspect and there's been an arrest made, because that's what we want. We want justice. That's all we want. Justice for my brother. Justice for every innocent soul that has been taken from our hearts. Not just my heart, my family's, but every other family members out there.
Arthur McCaden is the 18-year-old who was arrested and charged in connection to Fabian's fatal shooting. Sources familiar with McCaden's criminal record say he was under the Department of Juvenile Services supervision. Also, his father was convicted for murder back in February. Again, police also arrested a 14-year-old in connection with Fabian's murder. Another young person accused of killing yet another young person behind bars this morning. And right now, you're looking at a memorial for Fabian outside the store that he worked at. Police say there are no more suspects in this case, but Fabian's family is calling on the mayor to do more to stop crime, and you can watch their full emotional interview on our YouTube page. Just search Fox Baltimore. We're now reporting live in Canton. I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. City Councilman Cinco represents the area of Canton. He tweeted in response to the arrest, writing that he's grateful to BPD for making a swift arrest in the murder of Fabian Gonzalez. I have been in touch with the state's attorney and plan on providing a community impact statement. He went on, writing that he has been in touch with the family and is supporting them with the victim impact services.
Elsewhere, in a city in crisis, an abandoned home in North Baltimore goes up in flames.
And thanks to a new program aimed at saving lives, firefighters knew how to approach the problem. After hours of trying to put out the flames, this was the aftermath.
The president of the local fire union saying the firefighters on the scene were able to safely respond thanks to the Code X-ray program. For months, local fire departments have been marking vacant homes with warning signs, letting first responders know if they are at high risk of collapsing. While warning signs can be helpful to protect firefighters, they're not a permanent solution to the problem.
Until the city comes up with the money to knock these buildings down, they're always going to be a problem.
According to a city dashboard, there are more than 14,000 vacant buildings in Baltimore.
Happening today, the 38th annual Fallen Heroes Day ceremony in Timonium.
The event honors police, firefighters, emergency medical and rescue personnel who have died in the line of duty. Governor Moore will be among those speaking at today's ceremony, which begins this afternoon at 1.
That's right. And we want to speak now with the director of the Harford High School Chamber Choir, David Sorville. David, good morning. Tell us about your role and how long Harford High School has been involved in this event.
Good morning. My name is David Sobel. I am the choir director at Harford High School. This is my 10th year with the choir performing at this event. Each year we come and prepare multiple pieces to perform for the Fallen Heroes event. Music serves a lot of different purposes. One of those is healing, and we hope that we can provide some comfort for the surviving families of our first responders.
Mr. Sobel, this is Tom. I know you've actually taught my children too, so thank you very much for doing this and for what you do every day. Bringing, though, the kids to this event, though, how do you prepare them? What do you tell them? Say, like, is this a somber day? Is this a celebration of those who have sacrificed their lives? How do you explain that to your students?
We prepare weeks in advance, and we also, not just preparing the music, but preparing them emotionally for something like this. One of the primary goals that I try to teach these kids is service through music, not just music as entertainment, but service for our community. And these are the kinds of conversations that we have with our students in preparing for this event.
All right, David Sobel, we appreciate your time in joining us this morning, and we're going to be checking in on the festivities underway later this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Harford County residents are speaking out on school funding when it comes to the 2024 proposed budget, topping our next half hour. What teachers are asking for as the tug-of-war continues.
And today, lawmakers are pushing for a new bill that's similar to Title 42. Coming up from our live center, the concerns from both sides that is pushing for a solution.
Here comes the sunshine, and our temperatures are going to be warmer today, tomorrow, Sunday. Got a real nice weekend right around the corner. We'll break it down for you coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. .08 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast. Gorgeous start to your Friday morning, getting into the weekend. Look at all that sunshine right there from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Always love that you listen to us in the morning, but every now and then just kind of peek over the TV and see these gorgeous shots that we love bringing you here on Fox 45 Morning News. Out the door cast, yeah, maybe just a light jacket this morning. Definitely need those sunglasses. No need for the umbrella today. We are tracking a little bit more in the way of rainfall as we head to the second half of the weekend, which we'll talk about here in just a few. But your jogging cast looking good. Low to mid and upper 40s out for your run this morning. Enjoy. I have your full forecast coming up again in just a few minutes.
Thanks, Justin. From our live center now this morning, we want to take you live to Capitol Hill here right now, where lawmakers are pushing for a new bill to temporarily grant border officials the authority to continue to expel migrants in a similar fashion to Title 42 once that order ends. This comes as the surge of migrants flooding the southern border has prompted concerns from both parties. What we're hearing is the legislative fix would not directly extend Title 42, but it would give the administration a 2-year temporary solution to continue to expel the migrants in a similar fashion. The key distinction, it would not rely on a public health order. The legislation would need at least 60 votes to pass the Senate, making it all but guaranteed that it won't pass before Title 42's expiration. This comes as Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas makes a 2-day trip to the border. The White House says he will hold a news conference sometime today, and then next week, the House is set to vote on its own sweeping border and immigration proposal. We are going to follow this and bring you any updates as they come in from our live center.
Russian media releasing video of an attack made on President Vladimir Putin's home. After the break, the country's involved in the blame game as officials work to identify who is responsible. Governor Wes Moore declaring today Fallen Heroes Day in Maryland. Still to come, how those in Timonium are remembering and those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. 6:10 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Take a look at this video released by Russian media here showing a small explosion over President Vladimir Putin's home. You see it right there. Russian officials claiming that Ukrainian forces tried to kill Putin with a failed drone attack, even suggesting that Washington could be behind it. Some political experts, though, accusing Russia of staging a false flag operation. This morning, political commentator Armstrong Williams is joining us live to weigh in on this. Armstrong, good morning.
Good morning, Megan.
So, Armstrong, what do you think? Is this a military move by Russia to try and rally the troops here?
The key phrases from you, video put out by Russia. And the video, Megan, is just so perfect. Just think about it. It's such perfect, what some consider to be propaganda, to give Russia an excuse to escalate this war on Ukraine. And of course, you know, Zelensky and those would love to take credit for being able to get that close to where Putin is living, to put that kind of devastation on, to show Russia that you're not safe anywhere. But obviously, that's not the case. Russia has its own agenda. They're the best at this. They're pushing this narrative. And while they push this narrative, you have no idea what's going on in the darkness as they continue this war. But whatever it is, it's not good for Ukraine, and it's not good for this escalation coming to an end anytime soon.
So let's bring it back to why. Why is Russia doing this? What was the point of trying to signal that there was attack against Putin?
It's not really about Ukraine here. Megan. It's about Russia trying to convince the Russian people that the mighty United States has escalated the war on us because Ukraine does not have that capability, our intelligent resources, to get that close into that kind of airspace where Putin's residence is. What they're saying is this is about the United States. This is how we're threatened by the mighty United States. That's why you need to support this war. It's more propaganda against the West and the evil of the West, which is the United States of America. Forget about Ukraine. Their agenda is not about them. It's about furthering the divide between America, painting us as monsters, painting us as bullies, and the fact that they want to topple Russia. Because remember, Putin's biggest reason for escalating this in the beginning is that he said he was not going to become another Saddam Hussein or Muammar Gaddafi, where they drag them out like dogs and humiliate them. And so that's what he's using this for, is to send a message to his people about the mighty United States of America.
And that's an interesting take, because they mentioned Washington and said, you know, it might even be Washington that could be behind this. Do they want the U.S. to step into this? What are they hoping comes at this? Obviously, to get the people mad. I understand what you're saying there, but what's the next step in this?
So, Megan, do they want to get the United States involved in this? Russia has one thing right in this propaganda. It is a proxy war with the United States. The United States is what is holding Ukraine together. They're rallying the troops in Europe and around the world. So they're not wrong about that. We haven't gotten into the United States agenda on this, but Putin is clear in believing that his greatest threat for existence and for the people of Russia is the United States of America. And unfortunately, he's not all wrong in that regard.
All right. Armstrong Williams, we'll leave it there. Thanks for weighing in.
Thank you, Megan.
Well, 6:17 is the time on this Friday morning, and if you have plans for this weekend, make sure they are outdoors.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with why.
Yeah, temperatures definitely feeling better, warming up for the weekend for sure as the get into the first weekend of May. We're going to see a lot of sunshine out there, too. We're already seeing that sun that is right now here from our Towson camera. From our Mile 1 Auto Group, happy Friday, everybody. I hope you had a nice week, and hopefully you have some good plans for the weekend, and looking pretty good with our temperatures right now. You can see those on the right side of your screen. Mainly missed, a lot of us are in the 40s at this hour. Not as cold as yesterday morning, but as you get the kiddos out to the bus stop, beep, beep, a cool morning, but a nice afternoon. Possibly even shedding some of those layers, because 42 now, but we're on the way to the upper 60s for a lot of us later today. Good day today to play some golf. Golfers on your forecast. We're talking about lower 50s through 9 a.m. and 60s into the noon hour, into the upper 60s for a lot of us later today. So yeah, things looking pretty good area-wide across the Chesapeake, out through central Maryland into the eastern shore, the mid to upper 60s today. 66 Columbia, 67 in Laurel. Typically lower 70s is where we are this time of year. You'll see some low 70s in Richmond, 68 in D.C., and if you're heading down the ocean, close to 60 there in Ocean City. Should be a nice weekend there. All right, time to get that mower all cranked up. That's what I'll be doing this afternoon. Looking forward to cutting the grass. No, I'm not. But either way, I'm going to do it and get it done so people don't yell at me in the neighborhood with as long as it is. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, green lights across the board for your mowcast as we are drying out nicely. Here's a look at your future scan. Got that nice ridge of high pressure. That's what's going to settle in for the next couple of days. Now, we still have a few clouds that'll build later this afternoon. Some of the models want to paint a stray shower rolling through. Not really going to see a lot of that, and definitely will be drier on Saturday. Next weather maker does bring that chance for a few showers coming in by Sunday afternoon, possibly even a thunderstorm or two, as we'll see warmer temperatures Sunday with some of that moisture and that instability. Could get a rumble of thunder by Sunday late afternoon into the evening time as well. Here's an update on your holiday countdown. Today's Cinco de Mayo, but Mother's Day in just 9 days from right now. We're 24 days out from Memorial Day. Summer solstice in 47 days, and look what we threw on there now. Independence Day, just 60 days from right now. How about that? 4th of July. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. 69 today, lower 70s tomorrow, close to 80 on Sunday, and we should slide into the lower 80s on Monday as well. A little unsettled to kick off the work week. Notice we do have a chance for some showers, even thunderstorms coming in on Tuesday before we dry out by next Wednesday. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Well, we want to see how you plan on spending your beautiful weekend ahead. Just scan that QR code you see right there on your screen, and we'll take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackler.
Taking a look at our roads, we have your Len Stoller traffic network pulled up here this morning, and you can see FSK Bridge here, a live look, and I think our camera might have froze there, or they're going super slow. I think it froze. Otherwise, though, when you look at our map, we are in the green there. No issues to report there. A live look from our traffic photojournalist, Graham. He is on 95 North, right near Aberdeen, and smooth sailing there as well. Beautiful sunrise coming up ahead there. Let's check in now with Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark. How's it going for you guys?
Well, good morning, Megan. Going pretty well for the most part, especially out there on light rail link. It's operating on time from end to end, but Metro Subway Link has a delay. It's presently running about 10 to 15 minutes late, so allow time for travel on Metro Subway Link. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got 10 train 511 and Camden 845 running with 5-minute delays, and also Brunswick 874 with a 10 to 15-minute delay. All Metro Subway Link stations will close for a necessary weekend upgrade beginning this evening at 6 p.m. through Sunday, May 7th, with a return to service on Monday, May 8th at 5 a.m. A shuttle bus bridge will be in place throughout the period. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. And as he was just saying, Baltimore's entire metro system shutting down. As he said, at 6 o'clock, the closure will impact the entire subway system for maintenance. Main change, an updated computer system, officials say will allow for safer and then more reliable transit within the city. It will reopen Monday morning and for your commute at 5.
Well, you can also expect some delays if you are traveling on the Bay Bridge this week. One lane of the westbound span will be closed for at least 6 hours each night through Saturday. You can check the full closure schedule at foxbaltimore.com.
This morning, the White House is holding on to hope that the nation will avoid a default. Still to come, the arguments underway and why some lawmakers are struggling to produce a bill.
And it's almost Coronation Day in the UK. After the break, we're going to take a look at the final decorations as well as the pushback from anti-monarchy protesters. It is 6:22 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning, live from Buckingham Palace.
All taking you back out live to Buckingham Palace this morning, where England is preparing for King Charles' coronation.
It is happening in London's Westminster Abbey tomorrow. The final touches are being made as brightly colored flower bouquets are arriving from the 4 nations that make up the United Kingdom, England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland. The royal couple requested all the plants come from sustainable sources. A particularly poignant part of the display features branches cut from beech trees planted by Charles's late parents, Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip.
Not everyone is happy about the upcoming coronation. Anti-monarchy protesters, they're planning a demonstration tomorrow. Organizers say more than 1,000 demonstrators will be rallying along the coronation route, wearing yellow and carrying signs that read, "Not my king," as you see right there. The move comes as public support for Britain's monarchy hits a 40-year low. That's according to a recent study by the National Center for Social Research, which found that opposition to the sovereignty was highest among the nation's youth.
We are finally going to see some warmer temperatures today through the weekend.
Our Weather Authority team of meteorologists tracking the temperatures through the weekend to see how long we can hold on to the upper 60s.
Harford County teachers are calling on leaders to resist a $19 million budget cut. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the proposed budget and those teachers' concerns. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News on a Friday. It's May 5th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it looks like we are going to have a great weekend, especially on Cinco de Mayo.
It's about time.
Yes.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with those details.
Been a while since we've seen the 70s, guys. Also been a while since we've been above average, as we've been staying below average for quite some time. Looking outside right now, bright sunshine is up and out there, ready to go for your Friday. I hope you are ready for the weekend. A little cool this morning, but we'll be warmer for the afternoon and then even warmer as we head into Saturday and Sunday. So checking your morning drive, Mr. Bo says we are good to go with lower 40s next hour and even upper 40s through 8 a.m. We'll slide into the lower 50s by about 9 o'clock. Should top out today about 69, lower 70s Saturday, upper 70s on Sunday. Notice we do bring at least a chance of a couple of showers coming in by Sunday afternoon, but overall we are going to be drier and warmer. We'll have a full look at your forecast and completely all the way through the weekend. You know what? Maybe I'll even throw the 10-day forecast in early. Yeah, what? I know. Things are getting fancy around here, Tom. That's all I'm saying.
Getting crazy from the Weather Authority Center. All right, well, let's go to your Len Stoller Traffic Network and taking a live look right now at 1 and the Conowingo Dam. We just saw one pickup truck go by there. If you ever get a chance to go by there, right past, look at that, right past that light to the left, you'll see about 3 dozen bald eagles in all different age groups. It's incredible.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, as there is a tug-of-war in Harford County over school funding.
Yeah, Harford County Executive Bob Castley's proposed budget would give less money to the school system than they asked. Superintendent Dr. Sean Bolson, well, they were at odds over the funding, but now teachers are getting involved.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live here this morning. She's joining us with details on what teachers are asking for. Olivia.
Well, a decision on the budget is still weeks away, Megan and Tom, but now teachers are calling on Harford County leaders to resist a $19 million budget cut for county schools. Take a listen to some of their concerns.
I'm afraid that we're going to have to do the worst thing possible, which is lay people off.
Teachers are working 10, 12 hours a day, tutoring, trying to get these kids on track again, and we need to keep them on that path.
Teachers rallied in Bel Air on Thursday to make their concerns heard. Educators asked for a $19 million increase in funding, but County Executive Castley's proposed budget came with a $19 million decrease instead. The county executive argues that too much money is going into the central office and not the classrooms. But despite the rally, some are speaking out in favor of the county executive's proposed budget.
They're trying to shut me up. I can scream too! Our superintendent gave himself a $71,000 pay increase. I think we need to kind of look at where the money is going.
I think he's got a great budget. I think things are going to be funded that need to be funded.
And the county executive said one of his priorities was to avoid a tax increase, and this proposed budget successfully does that. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 6:33, and happening today, the 38th annual Fallen Heroes Day ceremony that's happening in Timonium.
This is such a special event. It honors police, firefighters, emergency medical and rescue personnel who have died in the line of duty trying to protect us. Governor Moore will be among those speaking at today's ceremony. It begins at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Now we want to speak with the director of Harford High School Chamber Choir, Mr. David Sobel. In our house, we know you as Mr. Sobel. The Harford High School Choir Director will be performing. You're going to actually have the kids performing at today's ceremony. Tell us about the significance of the pieces that they will be performing and the preparation going into today's events.
Good morning. It's great to be with you. So we will be performing 2 numbers today. We'll be performing On Eagle's Wings, which is a hymn from the Old Testament that was arranged specifically for this event for the Harford Choir. We'll also be singing God Bless America, which is a national anthem of sorts that is about having gratitude for our country and what it can do for its citizens, and in this case, giving gratitude to our first responders. When we prepare for this event, we backtrack it a few weeks and rehearse every day in class and prepare not just the music but emotionally for the service that these students are going to give to the families, these surviving families of our first responders, police officers and firefighters.
Mr. Sobel, how are the kids feeling ahead of today's ceremony? As you mentioned, it can be emotional.
Yeah, they're prepared. We've been very fortunate to do this over the years, and the kids understand what they're going to be doing today, and they know from their seniors and students that have graduated from years past what this means and the significance of the event. So they're very excited, and I think that they're prepared for this event. Yeah.
An honor.
Yeah, being part of it and keeping that tradition going. Mr. Sobel, thank you so much, and look forward to seeing your chamber choir performing later on this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
2 suspects in the recent armed robbery in Canton have been arrested. Topping our next half hour, the details that we're finding out about one of the suspects and his connection to other crimes. Harford County teacher now charged with sexual abuse, what investigators found leading up to his arrest. And today, we are finally going to see some warmer temperatures, highs into the upper 60s. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at the beautiful weather and how long it's going to stick around through the weekend. 6:35, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Thursday was May the 4th, also known as Star Wars Day, but meteorologist Alan Seals was lord of the solar rings in Mobile. He captured this precious halo, which takes shape around the sun or moon when there's a sheet of cirrus clouds and the light refracts off the clouds' ice crystals. Meanwhile, snow melt and water runoff impacting parts of Grantsville, Utah, a snapshot of recent flooding there.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It's a lot of awards, man. 6:39 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast, looking outside. Look at that bright sunshine. Feeling good already for your Friday morning. Hopefully you're ready for a weekend that is going to include warmer temperatures and mainly dry conditions, too. As you head out the door this morning, light jacket, sunglasses. Really no need for the umbrella here for today. And if you're out for a run or a jog in the next few hours, maybe you want to get that run in before you stuff your face full of tacos on the Cinco de Mayo. We're talking about low to mid and upper 40s over the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. 6:39 39 now. Get it out from the Live Center for you this morning. We are waiting on the monthly jobs report and unemployment numbers to come out in just a few hours, in about 2 hours at 8:30 this morning. April's jobs are expected to drop to 193,000. That's the slowest pace we've seen over the last 2 years. Unemployment rate is expected to tick up slightly to 3.6%. Now, this comes as Jenny Craig tells its employees it will be shutting its doors in the U.S. and Canada. Corporate and salary field employees' last day is today. The company likely transitioning to an e-commerce model. Jenny Craig could file for bankruptcy as soon as this week and is warning of more shutdowns and mass layoffs. Now, on the other side, United Airlines is in hiring mode. The major airlines company recruiting 7,000 new workers in the first 4 months of this year, plans to hire 15,000 new workers by the end of the year. By 2026, United projects adding 50,000 workers to its workforce. It hovered around 93,000 employees at the start of this year. The Federal Reserve will be closely monitoring today's report for evidence that the labor market is finally softening after months of strong job gains as policymakers are trying to wrestle the sky-high inflation. We'll have a breakdown of that report once we've had a chance to look it over right here from our Live Center.
In Baltimore City, 2 officers are facing criminal charges. Still to come, what the charges are and what's next in their process. Plus, Americans becoming more worried about their money in the bank. Coming up, the reality behind regional bank stocks. Your time now is 6:41, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Topping your morning rush, a Howard County teacher is charged with sexual abuse. Investigators say 44-year-old Matthew Barth abused a 15-year-old female student at Mount Hebron High School over several months. Barth is now waiting on his extradition hearing. And a search is back on in Baltimore County for Michelle Rust, a mother who went missing back in 2002. Rust was 22 when she disappeared on the morning of her son's birthday in Arbutus. Foul play is suspected in her death.
The 2 suspects in an armed robbery and shooting at the T-Mobile in Canton have been arrested, both accused of shooting and killing 23-year-old T-Mobile employee. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning right now. And Olivia, we finally have the latest update. Are they releasing too many details about the suspects?
Yeah, Tom, so an 18-year-old boy and a 14-year-old boy are behind bars this morning, charged with first-degree murder. They're accused of the shooting that happened inside this T-Mobile here in Canton during the day on Sunday. The shooting happened when the suspects attempted to rob the store. That's when they shot and killed 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez-Gonzalez, who was just trying to do his job. Arthur McCaden is the 18-year-old who was arrested and charged in connection to Fabian's fatal shooting. Sources familiar with McCaden's criminal record say he was under the Department of Juvenile Services supervision. Also, his father was convicted for murder back in February. Again, police also arrested a 14-year-old in connection with Fabian's murder. And coming up in about 15 minutes, we'll hear from Fabian's family, who heard about the arrest during a candlelight vigil for him. Back to you.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Time now to get a check of our forecast.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers hanging out with us, and it's great, right? What do you,
it is
wrong?
great. Nothing's wrong.
Good.
I just got to tell you, I think that I'm leaning more toward spring being my favorite season.
What?
Yeah, because fall is always my favorite season.
Yeah.
I think football and all stuff, but man, I'm liking it. Yeah, look at this shot.
But last week,
it
was
last week was terrible.
It was raining
I was very depressed earlier this week as well. But
fall can be like that too.
Yeah, exactly. And then
Let's
fall,
bring on
you're like
summer.
looking forward. It's downhill. Then you get winter and there's snow and But look at this shot, guys.
Yes. This is great.
Come on. Seriously? Wow.
And it's Friday.
Man, it's Friday. No doubt about that. I don't know what was in that coffee, but woo! All right. Take it down on that. Well, you know, I need that spray from, what's his name? From Dr. Hammond. Yeah, the Dr. Hammond spray. All right, good morning, everybody. This is our Towson cam. Yes, looking beautiful with those green leaves. The trees looking great. Smells wonderful outside as well. Nice and fresh after, yes, a little bit of a cooler week that we had. Low to mid and upper 40s here as you rise and shine with us. Enjoy some breakfast and coffee. The sun's going to be up until 8:03 tonight. Those longer daylight hours as we continue to creep closer to that summer solstice. Upper 50s here through 10 a.m. at the B&O as we take you through the afternoon. We'll see those numbers creep into the mid to upper 60s, even close to 70 degrees for today. And happy hour, Cinco de Mayo style, mid 60s into that 5 o'clock hour. So definitely want to do some stuff outdoors. Great day to fly yesterday. Even better today, pilots. We're looking at a visual flight rules day. VFR is what that means. So we're looking good. A lot of planes going to be buzzing around over Martin State and all those other great airports around here. Low to mid 60s here, mid 60s for a lot of you in Westminster and Eldersburg today. 67 Towson over through Lutherville and Timonium. 66 in Perry Hall and White Marsh. Numbers in Harford and Cecil counties also in those mid to upper 60s for your highs this afternoon. Now, yes, with the spring and with the fact that we're dry, those pollen numbers inch up a little bit. Moderate conditions for trees, grass, and mold also in that moderate category. So just be aware of that. But a great day to mow. All right, our mower is looking good. It's happy. Better get out there and get some of the dry grass. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, green lights across the board for your mowcast. Ridge of high pressure is responsible for keeping us nice and dry here over the next couple of days. Now, we are tracking a weak disturbance that's going to come through on Sunday. A little bit more cloud cover, possibility of a stray shower late in the afternoon, maybe even a thunderstorm as well. Better chance for some of that activity is going to be early next week. Here's an update on your holiday countdown with today being Cinco de Mayo, 9 days until Mother's Day, 24 days out from Memorial Day, Father's Day in just 44 days, and then the summer solstice is inside of 7 weeks from right now, the longest day of the year. And we put Independence Day on there. 2 months, essentially, from today, 60 days. All right, so 73 tomorrow, 78 on Sunday. We'll slide into the lower 80s on Monday, but we do have some unsettled weather with a better chance of showers, even some more thunderstorms by the time we get into Tuesday of next week.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
It is that time of year that we celebrate Mom, and you could win extra spending money every day from now until May 12th. Grab your phone, scan that QR code for a chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Not too shabby. Play our Mother's Day Mania Trivia Contest. Get the question right, and guess what? You could win that $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom to do this. Again, scan the QR code, get the Mother's Day Mania Trivia question of the day, and best of luck to you.
Well, trending now, Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson officially here to stay for another 5 years.
That's right. Mark Clark joining us now with the latest on Lamar. What's going on?
That's right. Ravens Nation, we woke up with smiles and we're happy. Let bygones be bygones. Yesterday, after the negotiations, Lamar said everything forgiven. We're going to move forward. And just like he does on game day, he evaded most of the questions about his decision and his why he did it and why they did it. And, you know, he's just happy to be here.
Today, we're going to keep it about the future. You know, I'm not really worried about what happened in the past. I'm going to keep it about these next 5 years and keep it about, you know, what's going on today. You know, it's a great day just signed with the guys up here. That's all I'm focused on right now.
Right, it was Jackson himself that put an end to the 2-year negotiations by checking General Manager Eric Acosta, saying, hey, let's get this thing going. The deal is 5 years, $260 million with a no tag or trade clause, making Jackson the highest paid player in the NFL per season now. So that's good. Say now because the other guys are in line too.
Yeah,
Okay?
I mean,
That's right.
There's always tomorrow, you know, who's next, right?
Yeah. I mean, maybe the new hairstyle was what did it, you know? I mean, he had that whole thing going, and I was like, you know, but I don't know.
We'll see. What do you guys think about the fans, though? Because I feel like I've heard from fans who are, hey, he deserved the money, and fans who said, he wanted out of here, I'm out. So do you think it's just going to take his first 5 wins in a row
I think
for
most,
them to be
I think
on board?
most fans are like, if he could just play an entire season without getting injured,
They're
it would
okay.
be incredible. And that's, I think, what everyone's doing this. Don't get injured.
Well, and I think what they're going to do, what they should do with Monken coming in as the OC, is really focus on a pass-heavy offense and then, you know, use him to run so you don't know. The defense doesn't know, is he going to run, is he going to pass?
Makes sense. Look at the receivers.
Exactly. That's why they got Beckham and Bateman. They just drafted Zay Flowers. So, I mean, things looking up for sure for the Ravens.
And I think the fans have to get over their feelings. If you've ever been in negotiations, it's negotiation. That's the whole part of it. So you have to, you know, you're trying to get the most money you can possibly get for your value. So fans, get over it. We got them for 5 years. Let's go, Ravens.
Now it's time to win.
Yeah.
Purple pride, baby.
All right, that's a good
Well
point,
spoken,
Mark.
Mark.
Well, today, we are honoring police, firefighters, and emergency responders who have died in the line of duty. We're going to bring you live to Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens all morning long as people gather and prepare for an afternoon ceremony.
And you can set sail on the Chesapeake this weekend. Ahead in today's hot spot, we'll see if the sailing conditions are looking good for the World Regatta Series.
You know what else you got to do?
Yeah, before you set sail,
You got to regatta and you got to have a coffee break.
you gotta have a coffee.
I'm going to add some more in this.
Nearly half of Americans say they are concerned about banks failing across our country.
In this morning's Assignment America, Dee Gatton speaks with a financial advisor about why a strong banking sector is important for consumers.
If you're concerned about how safe your money is at the bank, you're not alone. A new Gallup poll says nearly half of Americans say they're concerned about the money they have in financial institutions. 19% are very worried, and another 29% are moderately worried. Now, a financial advisor I spoke to said diversification of banks is important.
I think there is a purpose and a place for the nationals, for the regionals, and for the credit unions. I think it's great for consumers to have access to different financial institutions across the nation for different reasons. Better rates, better services, more access, and once again, more FDIC insurance, and you're spreading your risk.
Despite regional bank stocks plunging and recent bank failures, U.S. officials say the industry overall remains strong. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Gatton.
White House still is hopeful that the nation will avoid a default amid the ongoing debt ceiling showdown. President Joe Biden and GOP lawmakers appear to be at an impasse over federal finances. Now, House Republicans argue they've done their part, passing legislation to raise the national debt limit by $1.5 trillion in exchange for some cuts across domestic programs. Democrats insist on a clean bill, but they have not put one forward yet. The Office of Management and Budget Director Shalonda Young says she's optimistic leaders will find a path forward.
Well, let me be very clear. Congress needs to do its job. Tomorrow, they could put a bill on the floor to make sure we don't default. This is of people's own making. I could probably write the bill for them in 5 minutes. It's pretty easy.
Saying that she doesn't agree with a House bill, which is already on the floor, but the president and Congress need to reach some sort of agreement by June 1st to avoid a default. When asked if the president would sign a bill that would raise the debt limit for a shorter period of time, Young suggested it would be a good sign for negotiations. But she stressed discussions are not there yet. Biden will be hosting the top 4 congressional leaders at the White House next week for face-to-face talks.
Economists issue a stark warning: raise the debt ceiling or risk huge economic calamity. At a Senate hearing this week, economists laid out concerns about the U.S.'s $31 trillion debt and the need for spending cuts. Some fear the impact of the House GOP's debt bill and say that it would result in huge job loss. They all agree the ceiling needs to be suspended or raised.
I think the first thing that needs to be done is the debt limit needs to be suspended. There's no time to get this done before the X date.
Hitting the debt limit would force an immediate 20% cut in federal spending and possibly default on the national debt. The effect on families, businesses, financial markets, and the broader economy would be devastating.
According to economist Mark Zandi, the ceiling could be suspended until the end of fiscal year 2023. After that, he says Congress should work on raising the ceiling past the 2024 election. The number of people filing for unemployment benefits jumped last week, but remains low. According to the Labor Department, applications for jobless claims rose by 13,000 to 242,000 from 229,000 the week before. This amid several consecutive interest rate hikes. And another one announced yesterday, all in pursuit of bringing inflation down in line with the Fed's 2% target. Economists are expecting an economic downturn.
Mortgage rates have more than doubled since the Federal Reserve began its litany of rate hikes. According to data from Zillow, since the hikes began in March of last year, the average monthly mortgage payment for a home has risen 50%. In January 2022, the average monthly payment for a 30-year mortgage with 20% down, a little more than $1,100.
2 arrests made in the murder of a 23-year-old here in Canton. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're hearing from the victim's family as the community remembers him.
2 Baltimore police officers facing charges in 2 separate incidents. Coming up, what they're accused of and what kind of sentence each faces.
As we roll up into the weekend, our temperatures are going up. We'll take a closer look at those numbers and how long these nice conditions stick around. It's all right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Come on, let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 7 o'clock on this Friday morning, March 5th, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. We are starting with some sunshine.
Yes, which is good, and it feels good. And we had a full moon out, too, so it's been bright since last night. I mean, it's just nonstop. Yeah.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers with us.
Now, Cinco de Mayo, I know tacos are your favorite. We know that.
The best.
Your favorite Mexican food?
I mean, I am a fan of fish tacos, yeah.
Fish tacos, interesting. Yes. Actually, that's your, like, a specific. Okay, good.
If they have it at a restaurant, that's what I'm
That's what you're getting every time. All right. Tacos
what about you?
Tacos de pescado. Wow, good question. Nachos, but quesadilla.
Wasn't there something about a Mexican pizza?
Huh? I like Mexican pizzas, yeah, but I try not to eat them anymore. So, good morning to you. Looking out over downtown Baltimore right now on the Cinco de Mayo, lots of sunshine. I want to go to Taco Love now. I love that place over on Philadelphia Road. Morning drive, upper 40s here this hour, low 50s in the 8 o'clock hour, mid 50s as you head through that Taco Bell drive-through line to get some breakfast this morning. As Mr. Bo says, we're good to go. 69 today, 51 tonight, 73 tomorrow, and more of those 70s as we roll into the middle of the weekend. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few.
Well, it's going to be a good day because taking a look at your map around the Baltimore region and the Key Bridge down there on the right, beautiful start. We are in the green, little bit of slowdowns there in the yellow, but really when you look at the cameras, everyone's moving along just fine. No issues to report.
Turning now to a city in crisis. The two suspects in the armed robbery and shooting at the T-Mobile in Canton have been arrested. Both are accused of shooting and killing a 23-year-old T-Mobile employee.
Olivia Dance joining us live now right in front of that store with the latest updates on the arrest and reaction from the victim's family. Olivia?
Well, Megan and Tom, an 18-year-old and 14-year-old boy are behind bars this morning, charged with first-degree murder, and they're accused with the shooting that happened inside this T-Mobile here in Canton during the day on Sunday. The shooting happened when the suspects attempted to rob the store. Then they shot and killed 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez, who was just trying to do his job. A candlelight vigil was held yesterday for Fabian, and as family, friends, and coworkers were remembering him, that's when Fabian's brother heard reports of the first arrest in connection with his brother's murder.
I had the tears of joy and pain, but we're glad. I'm glad to hear that there is a suspect and there's been an arrest made, because that's what we want. We want justice. That's all we want. Justice for my brother. Justice for every innocent soul that has been taken from our hearts. Not just my heart, my family's, but every other family members out there.
Arthur McCaden is the 18-year-old who was arrested and charged in connection to Fabian's fatal shooting. Sources familiar with McCaden's criminal record say he was under the Department of Juvenile Services supervision. Also, his father was convicted for murder back in February. Again, police also arrested a 14-year-old in connection with Fabian's murder. Another young person accused of killing yet another young person behind bars this morning. Right now, you're looking at a memorial for Fabian just outside the store that he worked at. Police say there are no more suspects in this case, but Fabian's family is calling on the mayor to do more to stop the crime. You can watch their full emotional interview on our YouTube channel. Just search Fox Baltimore. For now, reporting live in Canton, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. City Councilman Zeke Cohen represents the area of Canton. He tweeted in response to the arrest saying he's, quote, grateful to BPD for making a swift arrest in the murder of Fabian Gonzalez. I have been in touch with the state's attorney and plan on providing a community impact statement. He went on to write that he has been in touch with the family and is supporting them with victim impact services.
You know, as a defense attorney, I didn't stand for this behavior, and I certainly will not stand for this behavior as the Baltimore City State's attorney.
We are talking about two Baltimore City officers who are now facing criminal charges. First officer, C.J. Watson, is accused of selling drugs while on the job in Baltimore County. Watson was under surveillance from both BPD and county police when he was caught leaving his post to sell drugs at a tattoo shop, according to prosecutors. The second officer indicted, Alexis Acosta, is now facing manslaughter and other reckless driving charges related to a fatal crash in East Baltimore. This happened this past June. Acosta was responding to a call when he hit and killed 58-year-old Terry Harrell, who was riding on a scooter, as you see in the video. The city approved a $400,000 settlement for Harrell's family earlier this year. And this announcement now marks 6 Baltimore City police officers indicted on criminal charges this year. The cases are all separate and unrelated. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates questioned if this is a concerning pattern.
Well, I wouldn't say I see a pattern. What I see is our office holding officers accountable, and that we're doing that with individuals who are breaking the law. But what I can tell you I have seen is the consent decree I do believe is working. I do believe, having been a defense attorney and seen some of the police actions before, what I'm seeing now is that we're starting to catch up with the officers that need to be held accountable.
7:05 and turning now to counties under pressure. Police say 3 masked teens tried to kill a 14-year-old on a Prince George's County school bus. Now, according to the police, the suspects ran onto the bus, pointed the gun at the victim's head, but it wouldn't fire. When the gun failed, the suspects began beating their target before running away. The head of the bus drivers union says he's seen shock, and this is the kind of violence that he is shocked by among children.
This particular incident is part of a bigger problem, and that is safety for all of our staff, for our students.
Officers later found 3 unused bullets on the floor of that bus. Also in Prince George's County, concerns over student safety continues. A loaded gun confiscated from a student at Golson Middle School in Landover. Prince George's County Executive Angela also Brooks says that the attack is horrifying and violence among young people is unacceptable.
And when these young people are apprehended, let me just say it, they must be held accountable. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. They must be held accountable.
Is charged with sexual abuse. Investigators say 44-year-old Matthew Barth abused a 15-year-old female student at Mount Hebron High School over several months. Barth was arrested yesterday in North Carolina. He is waiting an extradition hearing. Any additional victims or anyone who may have more information in the case is asked to call Howard County Police.
A renewed search in Baltimore County for a mother missing since 2002. Michelle Rust was 22 when she disappeared the morning of her son's birthday in Arbutus. Investigators conducting a search right near Relay Elementary School, and police say there have been no activity on Rust's financial accounts, no written checks or any ATM activity. Police also say her credit cards have not been used or found. Foul play is suspected in her death.
From our live center this morning, today, lawmakers are pushing for a new bill to temporarily grant border officials the authority to continue to expel migrants in a similar fashion to Title 42 once that order ends. It comes as the surge of migrants flooding the southern border has prompted concern from both parties. The legislative fix would not directly extend Title 42, but it would give the administration a 2-year temporary solution to continue to expel migrants in a similar fashion. The key distinction, it would not rely on a public health order. The legislation would need at least 60 votes to pass the Senate, making it all but guaranteed that it won't pass before Title 42's expiration. This comes as Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas makes a 2-day trip to the border. The White House says he will hold a news conference sometime today, and next week the House is set to vote on its own sweeping border and immigration proposal. We are going to continue to follow this. We will bring you updates as they come in from our live center.
7:08 now, and happening today, the 38th annual Fallen Heroes Day ceremony.
That event honors police, firefighters, and emergency medical and rescue personnel who have died in the line of duty.
The event is being held at Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens in Timonium. And joining us live from the gardens this morning is Jack Mitchell, the president of Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens.
Jack, good morning. Can you tell us who's going to be honored today?
Yes, we will be honoring the first responders who have sadly made the ultimate sacrifice in simply doing what they do every day, which is to protect the rest of us. And it's only appropriate that once a year we honor that sacrifice. That's what we're here to do today.
Jack, your ceremony is going to be held at 1 o'clock today. How are anybody that's not able to make it out there, are they able to watch it?
Yes, it will be live streamed from Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens Facebook page, and the ceremony will be recorded so that individuals can go to our website as well after the fact and watch the ceremony.
It is such a beautiful memorial out there. Talk to us about that and the names that we see there behind you.
Yes, those are the names of all of those who have been laid to rest here. And the families of the individuals who will be honoring today, they will be here and they will actually each receive a plaque, which is a replica of the memorial itself, so that they'll have that in their homes as a daily reminder just of how much the citizens of Maryland appreciate what their loved one did in protecting all of us.
Jack Mitchell, thank you so much. We'll be checking back in with you throughout the morning ahead of this event, and we really appreciate you putting this on every year.
Thank you so much. It's our honor.
It's a special day out there, and they have a nice weather for it. Oftentimes, we've seen it rain on the past on this day. Blue skies out there for them today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about it will be an all-weekend blue sky.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to see temperatures that will be very nice this weekend. Definitely kind of the payoff for what we had to endure earlier this week. But looking nice right now with the mainly clear conditions. A few clouds kind of hanging around, but overall not too bad. If you're going to get out for a run or a jog next couple of hours, we're talking low to mid 50s. And temperatures today in the upper 60s, lower 70s for tomorrow, and upper 70s on Sunday. So each day gets a little bit warmer. We are tracking the potential of a few showers coming in on Sunday afternoon. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Our Len Stoler Traffic Network showing you some drive times here. A little slow from 795 to 95, 12-minute commute. Otherwise, not looking too bad out there.
7-Eleven now, and today Baltimore's entire metro system will be shutting down. The closure will impact the entire subway for maintenance. It starts tonight at 6. The main change this time, though, is an updated computer system that officials say will allow for safer and more reliable transit through the city. It will scheduled to reopen Monday morning for your commute starting at 5.
You can also expect some delays if you're traveling the Bay Bridge this week. One lane of the westbound span will be closed for at least 6 hours each night through Saturday. You can check the full closure schedule at foxbaltimore.com. Well, here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. A battle is brewing in Harford County over school funding. Why teachers are now getting involved in a disagreement between the superintendent and the county executive.
And a month-long chase from Georgia to South Central Pennsylvania finally comes to an end. The role the public played in catching one of Maryland's most wanted fugitives. 7-Eleven's the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
A woman's call for help is really a trap. Now federal agents fear someone else may be next.
Well, here's Alexa Ashwell with Maryland's Most Wanted.
Investigators say this woman, Hope Freeman, pretended to need help with her car, but the request was actually a trap. And really waiting for the victim were two men who investigators say robbed, beat, and carjacked him. March 12th, 2023. A man is driving to meet his friend. She had called and said her car broke down here on Green Spring Avenue near Druid Hill Park in Baltimore.
Ms. Freeman contacted her friend. She told him that her car had broken down and she needed him to come to the scene for help.
But little did the man know, the call for help was actually a violent plot to steal by any means necessary. So this was a setup.
Ultimately a setup.
Investigators say that call for help came from this woman, identified as 43-year-old Hope Freeman.
So he showed up thinking he was going to provide Ms. Freeman with assistance.
But when the victim pulled up, investigators say two men appeared, armed, and the man, their target.
So two armed accomplices showed up on scene, pulled him out of the vehicle, and attempted to carjack.
Investigators say the men attacked the victim, beating him, and even attempting to put him in the trunk. The man miraculously able to escape their grip.
So it was by the luck of God that he's able to escape the situation and contact law enforcement.
Investigators say they've not been able to identify the men, but the victim able to positively identify the friend he thought he was helping.
So this individual showed up to be there for a friend. Instead, he was set up.
Now there's concern the trio may strike again. Is there a concern that they may?
So anytime a person is willing to set up a friend, there's no guarantees. There's nothing saying that they want to set up a stranger.
Preying on those willing to lend a helping hand.
So in this case, this behavior has demonstrated a clear propensity for violence. And so it is in the interest of public safety that this individual will be taken off the street.
Take a good look. Freeman is described as standing at about 5'5" and weighing approximately 170 pounds. Investigators do believe she's likely still here in the Baltimore region, specifically is known to frequent West Belvedere and Park Heights Avenue. If you have any information regarding her whereabouts or the identities of her two accomplices, you're asked to contact the U.S. Marshals Service. The tip line number right here, 1-877-WANTED-2. Or you can contact agents directly, 202-819-5058. Now an update to one of the most high-profile cases featured on Maryland's Most Wanted. Investigators say the man accused of killing a child as he walked outside to pick up his DoorDash order in Georgia has been captured. Investigators say tips from the public led agents to South Central Pennsylvania, where agents arrested 30-year-old Gregory Thornton in a town east of Chambersburg. Thornton, who investigators say is from Harford County, had been on the run since March 28th, when investigators say he shot and killed 13-year-old Buddy Brown Jr. outside of his family's apartment in Augusta, Georgia. Investigators received information Thornton had fled to Maryland and enlisted the help of the U.S. Marshals Service. Thornton was featured on Maryland's Most Wanted, a viewer, they say, recognizing the suspect and leading agents to a home where he had been hiding out.
I received multiple calls from the public and providing me with specific information as to where he was going, where he was at, and his specific community ties. Concerned callers demonstrated a true concern for the family of this child, and they were quite willing to help out.
Investigators say Thornton will be extradited to Georgia to face these charges. If you recognize any of the fugitives on our board, including Hope Freeman, remember, you can always remain anonymous, and you could earn a reward. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
7:18 is the time on this Friday morning, and it looks like it's great outside.
And meteorologist Justin Chambers here. You're usually the ray of shining light, but I mean, behind you, there's something overpowering you.
Oh, okay.
That light radiating from outside.
Okay.
Almost as bright as you.
Oh, well, thank you.
There you go. I saved myself.
Our live cam right there, our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, as we look out over blue skies over Baltimore and the Inner Harbor this morning. As the boaters and watermen get out there for your boating today, ahoy! Looking pretty good. North wind about 5 to 10 knots. Waves barely a foot or less. That low tide 225. and then 7:23 is the high tide back into Fort McHenry and Baltimore tonight. So it is going to be a good weekend if you're starting to get the boats unwrapped and ready to go. Overall, 65 by noon and upper 60s later this afternoon. Not much in the way of wind. Mid to upper 60s here for Cockeysville, Bel Air over to Baltimore City, almost 70 this afternoon. We'll keep those upper 60s for you on the eastern shore, across the Bay Bridge over to Annapolis at 66, even close to 70 in D.C. this afternoon and in western Maryland. Remember snow earlier this week? Not going to deal with that. And down the ocean there, right about 60 there in Ocean City. So your outdoors cast, Betty the Butterfly says, yeah, we're good to go. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, green lights across the board, staying mainly dry as we head into this weekend. The reason why, instead of that pesky low pressure, that's moved on. Ridge of high pressure settling in nicely over the next couple of days. We'll still see a few of those clouds building up later this afternoon. Overall, though, not much in the way of actual rain, a stray shower possible. As we head towards Saturday, definitely seeing those drier conditions. Now, our next weather maker comes in Sunday. Notice we get some cloud cover in the morning time. By Sunday afternoon, we do have that potential of a few showers trying to pass by, possibly even a pop-up thunderstorm as well into Sunday afternoon and evening. When you get those warmer conditions, I mean, we're going to be seeing highs in the upper 70s, a little bit of moisture, some uplift in the atmosphere. Could see some of those thunderstorms pop up. But as we head toward Monday, we get a bit of a break. And then Monday afternoon, especially into the evening, and Tuesday is going to be our next round of potential pop-up thunderstorms as we get closer to that season with those warmer numbers around. I love this shot of blue from Tricia in Annapolis. Thanks so much for sending that picture in, Anne Arundel County. And we love your pet pics as well. It's JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Real great morning to get the doggies walked, even this afternoon or into the evening time for that evening stroll on your Friday. Here's an updated look at your holiday countdown, with today being Cinco de Mayo. We focus now on the next holiday, which is Mother's Day, next Sunday. 24 days out from Memorial Day. We celebrate Dad in about 44 days, and that summer solstice is in 47 days from right now. That's the longest day of the year. We're getting a lot of sunshine. Sunset after 8 o'clock, so plenty of time to enjoy the day today. Tomorrow looking good as well. As I mentioned, little unsettled Sunday afternoon, and then again into Tuesday of next week, but those numbers staying near or above average.
Well, now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and taking a look at the drive times this morning. And it's just a little slowdown from 795 to 95 at 11 minutes, 15-minute commute from 95 to 83.
Job growth is expected to have slowed last month. Coming up, what's behind that slowdown?
And the Sailing World Regatta Series is back in Annapolis this weekend. We're here at the Annapolis Yacht Club this morning, and we're going to give you a preview of what to expect in the water. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all over all morning.
The Sailing World Regatta is floating back to Annapolis.
And this weekend, see your favorite sailors competing on the water. Amy Aronson, live from Annapolis Yacht Club this morning with a whole lot more. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning. Yeah, beautiful morning here at Annapolis as they gear up for a busy weekend. I'm here with David Reed, editor of Sailing World Magazine, back with us again this year.
Good morning.
Good morning. We've got a pretty morning out here. All is calm now, but this place gets really busy within the next couple of hours. What's going to be happening on the water this weekend? Lots to see.
There's going to be a lot happening this weekend. Given the warning forecast, it might be nice and slow motion type stuff. But yeah, quiet here now. The race committees are blowing up the marks that will go out to the water. Probably about 20 minutes. All of a sudden, there'll be a hive of sailors getting their boats ready, and they'll tow them out or motor out and wait for the wind and hope for the best.
Okay, you mentioned weather. Wind is like the big factor here. We like the sunshine and the blue skies, but you're saying the problem would be the wind. You want a little wind to get these things moving.
The forecast keeps getting a little bit better. It's there's what we call light and variable with a little bit of hope.
Yeah.
And, but I think the latest forecast was it was going to be good, and it's going to be busy on the bay because I know we got the fishing tournaments and stuff going on, and it's a beautiful day to go play in the bay.
Why not? We're seeing all the boats down there now. How many people typically compete on each boat during a race? What do you typically see?
So we have about 160 teams here. So there's some bigger boats that are in some of the slips around, and some of the smaller boats here on trailers that will go out. So a couple hundred sailors, and some boats have as many as 4. Some will have 12.
Okay.
But yeah, good variety of sailors and little boats as well that are kept at some of the other clubs down the street.
Okay, cool. And sailors come from all over to compete in this.
Yeah, this is part of the traveling sailors will come up, what we call kind of this winter series. There are a lot of events in Florida, in the South. They come up here, and some will go back to the Midwest or up to New England. But the core of sailors are from here in Annapolis, and this place produces great sailors. So those from outside love to come here and take on the locals.
Okay, awesome. We can't wait to meet them as the morning continues. I know we're going to head down to where the boats are parked and meet some of the sailors ourselves. If you want more information on everything happening here this weekend in Annapolis, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And yeah, guys, we are heading down there next. We're going to head out towards the boats and see who we can find getting ready for the races.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Amy, hopefully we'll see you out on the water at some point. But yeah, that's great. And great weather for it, too.
Happy sails.
A warming trend starts this weekend, continues into next week. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking down your full forecast.
Harford County teachers are calling on leaders to resist a $19 million budget cut. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the proposed budget and those teachers' concerns. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It is Friday. It's March 5th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it is a gorgeous day to get outside. Take your time when you walk the dog this morning.
Oh, that sounds nice. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with our forecast.
Yeah, SOS band said, baby, take your time, do it right. So that's what you got to do it. You know what I mean? And I'm hearing rumors that there's a taco eating contest sometime this morning.
Talking about, apparently later on this morning.
In the 9 o'clock hour.
All right.
Get ready.
Stick around for that or hit record on your TiVo as we take a look outside right now. Our Towson camera. Remember VCR Plus? Remember that thing? I used to have VCR Plus, yeah. All right, so looking at our Towson cam, we are seeing plenty of sunshine right there. Good morning to all of you in Baltimore County and all across the region. Overall, a pleasant morning. Warmer numbers for the afternoon, even warmer as you head into the weekend. Carlos the Crab, a 4 today on the Crabcast. I think we're going to get to a 5 over the weekend with those even warmer numbers. And we'll top out in the mid to upper 60s for Westminster and Bel Air over to Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Right about 69, almost 70 in Baltimore City for this afternoon. Hopefully, we're looking good on the roads as well. Tom, what do you got for us?
You're hoping right, my man. Len Stoller Traffic Network. We are looking great around the Baltimore region. A little bit of volume, but I mean, why not? Open up the top, put the top down, roll down the windows, and just relax on your way into work here because it is a gorgeous morning for you to be cranking up the music and putting the windows down.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom as there is a tug-of-war in Harford County over school funding.
Now, Harford County Executive Bob Castley's proposed budget would give less money to the school system, and Superintendent Dr. Sean Bolson, well, he was at odds with that over the funding, but now teachers are getting involved.
This morning we have Olivia Dan. She's joining us live with more on the details on what teachers are asking for. Olivia.
Well, a decision on the budget is still weeks away, Megan and Tom, but now Harford County teachers are calling on leaders to resist a $19 million budget cut for county schools. Take a listen to some of their concerns.
I'm afraid that we're going to have to do the worst thing possible, which is lay people off.
Teachers are working 10, 12 hours a day, tutoring, trying to get these kids on track again, and we need to keep them on that path.
Teachers rallied in Bel Air on Thursday to make their concerns heard. Educators asked for a $19 million increase in funding, but County Executive Castley's proposed budget came with a $19 million decrease instead. The county executive argues that too much money is going into the central office and not the classrooms. But despite the rally, some are speaking out in favor of the county executive's proposed budget.
They're trying to shut me up. I can scream too. Our superintendent gave himself a $71,000 pay increase. I think we need to kind of look at where the money is going.
I think he's got a great budget. I think things are going to be funded that need to be funded.
And the county executive said one of his priorities was to avoid a tax increase, and this proposed budget successfully does that. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 7:34, happening today, the 38th annual Fallen Heroes Day ceremony that happens in Timonium.
This is such a special event that honors police and firefighters and emergency medical and rescue personnel who have died in the line of duty. We know Governor Moore is going to be among those speaking at today's ceremony. It all kicks off at 1 o'clock. This morning, though, we've been giving you some sneak peeks.
And we want to speak with the president of Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens, Jack Mitchell. Good morning, Jack.
Good morning.
Jack, we know that the ceremony begins today at 1 o'clock. Attendees could receive something, though, for just showing up. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, each year a pin is made, and here's actually a display of pins from the past 38 years. Here's this year's that everyone who attends will receive and can kind of take that with them as a little memorial of today's ceremony.
Jack, what is the significance of each pin? I know there's a detail that makes it special to that year.
Yes, that's right. A new design is made each year, and we just simply try to depict what these brave men and women do each and every day and the sacrifice that they ultimately make sometimes, sadly.
Yeah, Jack, it's a great idea, though, because when you have the pin, it's a talking point and it's a remembrance point of exactly what those people have done and their families, though, that have lost a loved one because of the sacrifice.
Yes, aside from Governor Moore, who, as you mentioned, will be speaking today, we always have the family member of a past fallen hero give a memorial address. And today, you may recall Officer Amy Caprio, who was killed 5 years ago. Yep. Her mother will be speaking today, and as you can see, she happens to be laid to rest right next to where I'm standing here.
Well, Jack, we thank you for giving us an idea of what's going to be happening later today. Thanks for speaking with us.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you having me.
Of course.
Great event. Well, from the Live Center for you this morning, we are waiting on the monthly jobs report and unemployment numbers to come out in just a few hours from now. At about 8:30 this morning, April's jobs are expected to drop to 193,000. That's the slowest pace that we've seen over 2 years. The unemployment rate is expected to tick up slightly to 3.6%. Now, this comes as Jenny Craig tells its employees it will be shutting its doors in the U.S. and Canada. Corporate and salary field employees' last day is actually today. The company likely transitioning to an e-commerce model. Jenny Craig could file for bankruptcy as soon as this week and is warning of more shutdowns and mass layoffs. Now, on the other side, United Airlines is in hiring mode. Major airlines company recruiting 7,000 new workers in the first 4 months of this year and plans to hire 15,000 new workers by the end of the year. By 2026, United projects that they will be adding 50,000 workers to a workforce that hovered around 93,000 at the start of the year. The Federal Reserve will be closely monitoring today's report for evidence that the labor market is finally softening after months of strong job gains as policymakers try to wrestle sky-high inflation. We'll have a breakdown of that report once we've had a chance to look it over right here from the Live Center.
Still ahead this morning, the violent crime crisis among young people continues. What we're learning about the suspects in the murder of a 23-year-old.
Plus, a big day ahead as lawmakers attempt to address the crisis at the border, the new bills being introduced.
And temperatures reaching the upper 70s this weekend and possibly even hotter next week. In a moment, meteorologist Justin Chambers back with his full forecast. It is 7:37 here, sun up in Baltimore. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We are 20 minutes in front of 8 o'clock on your Friday morning. Looking out a beautiful shot there, Key Bridge, and the water's looking good down near Fort McHenry as well. If you want to get some yard work done in gardening, yeah, definitely get out there today. Why not? Mid to upper 50s and those 60s start moving in as we head toward the afternoon. I know I got to cut the grass today, and maybe you'll be doing the same thing. Here's your 3 TCAS. So 69 today, 51 tonight, 73 tomorrow, and even warmer numbers coming Sunday, which we'll talk about a little bit further in detail in just a few minutes.
All right, last week it felt like we were in London. Let's head over there this week. In fact, taking a live look from London this morning where the country is preparing for King Charles' coronation.
And this is happening tomorrow in London's Westminster Abbey. The final touches are being made as brightly colored flower bouquets are arriving from the 4 nations that make up the United Kingdom. Can you name them?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
England, Wales, Scotland, Ireland.
And? Northern Ireland. There
Everybody
you go.
forgets that one.
The Royal Cockerel requesting the plants actually come from sustainable sources. A particularly poignant part of the display features branches that have been cut from the beech trees that were planted by Charles's late parents. Can you name them? Queen Elizabeth II and?
Prince Philip.
You got it. See, this is going to be helpful if you're at a coronation party.
Random quizzes. All right.
Well, switching gears, the 2 suspects in the recent armed robbery in Canton have been arrested. Topping our next half hour, the details that we are finding out about one of the suspects and his connection to the other crimes.
Oh, the highly contagious RSV can be a serious disease for those with weakened immune systems. What doctors are encouraged about a new vaccine that may be able to help keep people safe. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
A new major announcement in the fight against a very contagious virus, RSV. But is the vaccine available for everyone, and is it effective? Joining us this morning, Professor of Family and Community Medicine at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, Dr. Niharika Khanna. Dr. Khanna, thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me.
Sure. There's a lot of information we hear about vaccines, especially coming after the pandemic, and so much talk about vaccines. RSV is highly contagious, so finding out any kind of movement there to fight against that virus is huge news. Can you tell us a little bit more about this vaccine, and is it available now?
Thank you for that question. And RSV has been a real problem for us in not only older individuals, but also in babies soon after birth. That's when they start to become susceptible. The new vaccine that has moved in FDA towards approval is the it's the GSK vaccine. And that vaccine has been approved at this point for people over the age of 60. So what we have seen in studies, and these are very robust studies that have occurred all around the world, and they have been collaboratively put together by at least 2 universities and a third one that is going to be part of the Pfizer vaccine and the National Institutes of Health. So there has been a lot of brain power that's gone into this vaccine to really make sure that this is a safe and effective vaccine. And over the age of 60, what we're seeing in the current GSK approval is that it will reduce your chance of having severe RSV that lands you in the hospital with oxygen, ICU, at about 94%. So that is a huge improvement on what we have right now, which is trying to get seniors to stay safe. And pardon me, 60-year-olds are not seniors. But those who are over the age of 60 are certainly, very, very susceptible to severe RSV.
Dr. Khanna, so then when this possibly does get approved by the CDC, does that mean, because most lay people will say, okay, well then that means for infants or children that should be coming soon after?
Right. So the CDC is expected to act on the GSK vaccine sometime in June. Okay. Pfizer, which is the vaccine that we're referring to, which may be possibly indicated for young children or pregnant mothers, at least initially it'll be pregnant mothers. That, I think, has got a bit of work to do. Okay. They have a little bit more evidence to gather, and then they're presented to FDA for approvals. At the present review that they did in older individuals, their efficacy was a little bit lower than the GSK vaccine. So they are specifically looking to capture data from all of their worldwide trials and then present it more effectively. And I think once we get it into pregnant women, which is probably a few months away, I think. It may not be years, it may be a few months. Good news. Then I think we will have something to protect our young babies, right after they're born, because it does cross the placenta. So if you give it to a pregnant mom, you're likely to see some protection. There is also other monoclonal antibodies that are being developed and are likely to get into the approval pipeline. And those are going to be available for children over the age of 6 months. So assuming pregnant mom gets it, protects the baby for 6 months, at 6 months, there might be a monoclonal antibody. So I think it's very exciting that we will have a prevention for RSV. I think I'm so happy that we are moving in that direction. You can imagine in primary care, we see a lot of sick people. And as soon as winter hits, we see the elderly, the babies, and anyone who works in healthcare and teaching and the jobs where you're facing the public, grocery workers. They're all coming in sick. They all have these respiratory viruses, and RSV has been one of the most dangerous ones that's out there.
Dr. Khanna, University of Maryland School of Medicine, thank you so much. Looking forward, coming up in months, not years. Thank you again for breaking that down for us. We appreciate it.
All right, 7:49 here on a Friday on Cinco de Mayo. Time to get a check of our forecast.
It is, and are you going to be sipping margaritas outside, maybe at the back deck? We need to find out from our meteorologist, Justin Chambers.
Now, Meg, Tom, I need to ask you guys, do we think they're going to be hard tacos or soft tacos for this taco eating contest? Because that changes the whole makeup, right?
I say soft beef.
And do you dip them in water like they do for hot dogs?
Yes, of course.
You do?
No, I don't think so.
Look,
I don't know. Maybe.
It can be really messy here.
I just got a text from my buddy Louie, and Louie is my bookie in Vegas, and he has Megan at 4-1 odds already to beat Tom and me.
Yeah, I think I'm going to put some fire sauce on it because I eat faster when it's spicier.
All right.
I think that could be the...
Comes up faster, too. So,
yeah.
All right, here's a look at our live cam in Towson right now. Good morning to you. you. Lots of sun that is out there. I mean, Meg loves tacos, so it's just going to be tough to see if we can beat her. But hopefully, Tom and I, well, I don't know. It's all coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. So again, hopefully you'll be sticking around for that and watch us stuff our faces with tacos. You can do the same today in Towson. We know Nacho Mama is one of the locations right there, somewhere down there. 47 your temperature right now in Towson. Overall, if you're hanging out there at downtown, we're looking the 8 o'clock hour, right about 50 degrees. Bromo Seltzer Tower looking great. Can't wait to be up there next Wednesday. If you haven't heard, I got invited. Mid-60s through the noon hour. It's going to be a great day for lunch outside. Again, any of those plans you have for Cinco de Mayo or just the weekend in general, we're looking at a high close to 70 degrees. And these are numbers that we definitely like, especially when we want to do stuff outside like flying. Had a lot of IFR days over this past week, but we got VFR conditions, visual flight rules for you pilots out there flying the friendly skies. Mid to upper 60s across the board here for Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temps this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in those mid to upper 60s. If you want to get the car cleaned up, yeah, no worries here. Friday and Saturday, but I have that yellow light Sunday only because we may pick up a few showers late on Sunday afternoon. Nice ridge of high pressure is going to keep us mainly dry through the weekend with those warmer temperatures coming as we move into the later part of Saturday and Sunday. Shout out to Corey in Hamden. That is Zoe the cat just chilling right there. And, you know, we used to live in Hamden and walk Nika around. I'm pretty sure we've seen this cat, or Nika has. So thanks, Corey, for sending that picture in of sweet Zoe there. Love to see your pet pics, too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, let's roll that beautiful bean footage. 69 today, lower 70s tomorrow, almost 80 on Sunday. A little better chance of a couple of thunderstorms as we head into early next week.
Thank you, Justin. The entire Baltimore metro system is having a major shutdown this weekend. The other ways that you can get from point A to point B this weekend. Time now, 7:51.
After 2 years, Lamar Jackson contract saga is finally over. What the former MVP is saying about his new blockbuster contract with the Ravens.
But first,
oh yeah, our blockbuster contract right here with the coffee company.
let's go ahead and roll that footage. Coffee break time.
7:55, trending now. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson. I don't know if you've heard of him, but he's officially here to stay for another 5 years.
I think we've heard about it. There's people screaming at home.
There's been people very excited that he's going to be here.
Mark Clark joining us with the latest on Lamar. Mark, what's going on?
Look, this is my opinion. I think Lamar took his hair out of the braids to symbolize the freedom of a fat new contract. He says he's ready to go.
Today, we're going to keep it about the future. You know, I'm not really worried about what happened in the past. I'm going to keep it about these next 5 years and keep it about, you know, what's going on today. You know, it's a great day just signed with the guys up here. That's all I'm focused on right now.
That's right. That's our rock star, Lamar Jackson. His new contract, what is it, 5 years, $260 million. He's the highest paid player in the NFL today, but I'm sure other contracts will pop up. So what are you thinking, guys?
He's all smiles. I mean, you see that. He's kind of like, yeah, hanging out, you know.
He got the money.
I'd say that it was just all a bunch of hokum.
You think it was acting before?
Did you get the money?
No, I think that press conference, like we're all one big happy family.
Yes.
I'm like,
yes.
Come on. And look, what did he say 2 weeks ago? He wanted out.
Right. Yeah. And I know, Mark, you're on the Lamar bandwagon. How are you feeling about this? Do you think it's all hunky-dory?
It's perfect. I mean, at the end of the day, it's negotiations. I mean, that's what you do when you negotiate, number one. And I think, you know, the thing people say they're worried about is injuries. That's a part of the game. I mean, Jalen Hurts got injured. Yep. Every quarterback gets injured. Yep. Mahomes gets injured because of the way they play. So I think it's good. I think it's a good thing. We got him back, and it's 5 years. Let's go.
He plays his heart out. There's no doubt about that.
So he's fun to watch.
And he is fun to watch.
Brings people to the Ravens to watch,
but
even not Ravens fans.
You said it right. Hopefully he's passing with those great targets he has now instead of running it and putting himself in a little.
Now, remember, Megan's a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, so I don't know if Meg can even comment on the Ravens.
Wants to say, Mark. And you're going to hear about it.
Thanks, Mark. Baltimore City has paid out hundreds of thousands of dollars to victims of gun trace task force. Coming up, how the city's inspector general is bringing transparency to these settlements.
2 arrests made in the murder of a 23-year-old here in Canton. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're hearing from the victim's family as the community remembers him. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
It is 8 o'clock on this Friday morning, May 5th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. We are getting you to the weekend with excitement here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here.
You know, we're talking about Cinco de Mayo, or I mentioned it earlier, National Hoagie Day.
Right.
Yeah, no.
Big fan. You are?
Yeah, grew up with eating Wawa's 7-Eleven, which is turkey cheese, lettuce, tomato on a shorty ball.
Ooh.
Oh, I didn't even know what that. Okay, I'm going to try
But I mean,
that.
on Cinco de Mayo, it seems wrong to do a hoagie.
A torta.
Oh.
Yeah. I've been using Duolingo.
Well,
I know what a torta is. Yeah.
Man.
That's impressive.
Con queso, por favor. Mucho queso, por favor.
Cerveza?
And mucho cerveza. Sí. Live cam in downtown Baltimore, looking out over a beautiful shot. Look at that. This guy's out, I don't know, looks like maybe on a power boat or something. Man, I got to get Captain Dan Tolan to get me out on his boat. All last year, never once in the boat. He says it's going to get unwrapped and ready to go in your captain's cast and ready for all you boaters and watermen. 5 to 10 knots, waves about a foot or less. Very calm conditions. So definitely good day to day and over the weekend to get those boats all ready for the upcoming season. I'll be out there eventually. 69 your high temp today. Those numbers close to average for this time of year. First time I've said that all week long. And we're going to go above average by the second half of the weekend. We'll talk more about that coming up in just a few.
Taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and a live look over Lock Raven Boulevard, where the inner and outer loop is fine. There's a little bit of volume picking up, especially on the outer loop, that location. There is an incident right now that we need to report. 95 south, right before 43 White Marsh Boulevard. 2 vehicles involved there, and that is causing a little delay. Not much, though, so that's some good news here. The main parts that you're slowing down for all around the Baltimore region is because of volume.
Humble, kind-hearted, you know, a loving guy who worked extra hours, come in early, the type of person that didn't deserve to, you know, the detriment of what happened.
In a city in crisis, the 2 suspects in the armed robbery and shooting at the T-Mobile in Canton have been arrested.
And both are accused of shooting and killing a 23-year-old T-Mobile employee.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live now with the latest updates on the arrest and, of course, also the reaction from the victim's family. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Tom, an 18-year-old and 14-year-old boy are behind bars this morning, charged with first-degree murder. They're accused of the shooting that happened inside this T-Mobile on Sunday. During the day, the shooting happened when the suspects attempted to rob the store. They shot and killed 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez, who was just trying to do his job. A candlelight vigil was held yesterday for Fabian, and as family, friends, and coworkers were remembering him, that's when Fabian's brother heard reports of the first arrest in connection with his brother's murder.
I had the tears of joy and pain, but we're glad. I'm glad to hear that there is a suspect and there's been an arrest made, because that's what we want. We want justice. That's all we want. Justice for my brother. Justice for every innocent soul that has been taken from our hearts. Not just my heart, my family's, but every other family members out there.
Arthur McCaden is the 18-year-old who was arrested and charged in connection to Fabian's fatal shooting. Sources familiar with McCaden's criminal record say he was under the Department of Juvenile Services supervision. Also, his father was convicted for murder back in February. Again, police also arrested a 14-year-old in connection with Fabian's murder. Another young person accused of killing yet another young person behind bars this morning. And right now, you're looking at a memorial for Fabian just outside the store he worked at. This morning, we've already seen more people put flowers outside the store. Police say there are no more suspects in this case, but Fabian's family is calling on the mayor to do more to stop the crime. You can watch their full emotional interview on our YouTube page. Just search Fox Baltimore. For now, reporting live in Canton, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. City Councilman Zeke Cohen represents the Canton area, and he tweeted in response to the arrest. And in it, he says, grateful to BPD for making a swift arrest in the murder of Fabian Gonzalez. He goes on to say, I've been in touch with the state's attorney and plan on providing a community impact statement. And then he also says, I have also been in touch with his family. We are supporting with the victim impact services.
You know, as a defense attorney, I didn't stand for this behavior. And I certainly will not stand for this behavior as the Baltimore City State's attorney.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, 2 Baltimore police officers now facing criminal charges. First officer Sages Watson is accused of selling drugs while on the job in Baltimore County. Watson was under surveillance from both Baltimore Police Department and County Police when he was caught leaving his post to sell drugs at a tattoo shop. This is all according to prosecutors. The second officer indicted, Alexis Acosta, is now facing manslaughter and other reckless driving charges related to this fatal crash in East Baltimore. It happened in June. Acosta was responding to a call when he hit and killed 58-year-old Terry Harrell, who was riding on a scooter. The city approved a $400,000 settlement with Harrell's family earlier this year.
This announcement now marks 6 Baltimore City police officers indicted on criminal charges this year. The cases are all separate and unrelated. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates now questioning if this is a concerning pattern.
Well, I wouldn't say I see a pattern. What I see is our office holding officers accountable, and that we're doing that with individuals who are breaking the law. But what I can tell you I have seen is the consent decree I do believe is working. I do believe, having been a defense attorney and seen some of the police actions before, what I'm seeing now is that we're starting to catch up with the officers that need to be held accountable.
Now, you can read more on these indictments right on our website, foxbaltimore.com. 8:06, and happening today, the 38th annual Fallen Heroes Day ceremony.
This is an event that honors police, honors firefighters, emergency, medical, and personnel who have died in the line of duty.
Well, this morning we're live from Delaney Valley Memorial Garden speaking with Chuck Ritz, creator of Maryland's 9/11 Rolling Memorial. Good morning, Chuck.
Good morning.
Chuck, can you tell us a little bit more about the monument that you were able to create?
Maryland's 9/11 Rolling Memorial we unveiled on the 15th anniversary of 9/11 to honor the Marylanders that were killed that morning, and then also all those who have made the sacrifice in the war against terrorism since 9/11. And since then, we've become part of this event out here at Delaney Valley for Fallen Heroes Day and Memorial Day. And the bell and the memorial has taken on another another life other than just honoring those from 9/11 and the war against terrorism.
It's become symbolic. What does being a part of this ceremony mean to you? What is it like to be there and have people come and see that monument?
It's pretty humbling. I mean, this is our 5th year being a part of the event, and us being here as a part of it shows the families, as we toll the bell, that we haven't forgotten, that we'll remember, continue to remember their loved ones' sacrifice.
What are some of the stories that you hear, though, when you do ring the bell? What do people say to you when they come up afterwards?
Afterwards, I mean, being a part of it, like I said, for 5 years now, and family members do come up and thank us for being here because it adds another element to the ceremony. And my inspiration for creating this was Brother David Schlatter, who was a friend of Michael Judge. And he said, when you toll the bell, it echoes the voice of those we remember and those that are lost.
Wow.
So it sends chills and down your spine sometimes when that bell echoes. And today we'll be tolling it 10 times.
Thank you very much, Chuck, for coming to this event and bringing the bell and showcasing it throughout Maryland for multiple days.
Beautifully said. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Education is a right. That's why we have to fight.
Coming up in our next half hour, parents, teachers rallying to improve their kids' education. The lines being drawn in the sand over taxpayer funding.
And lawmakers eyeing a possible quick fix to the end of Title 42 as the president's plan comes under fire. The looming deadline as border towns warn they need more help.
Not a bad morning so far. We'll continue to see temperatures warm up as we head to the weekend and into next week as well. We'll break it all down for you in our Weather Authority forecast. Coming up.
From our live center this morning, today, lawmakers pushing for a new bill to temporarily grant border officials the authority to continue to expel migrants in a similar fashion to Title 42 once that order ends. And this comes as the surge of migrants flooding the southern border has prompted concern from both parties. The legislative fix would not directly extend Title 42, but it would give the administration a 2-year temporary solution to continue to expel migrants in a similar fashion. The key distinction, it would not rely on a public health order. The legislation would need at least 60 votes to pass the Senate, making it all but guaranteed that it won't pass before Title 42's expiration. Well, this comes as Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas makes a 2-day trip to the border. The White House says that he will hold a news conference sometime today, and next week the House is set to vote on its own sweeping border and immigration proposal. Dates as they come in. That's the latest from our live center.
Robbing my son for what? Money? Come on now. You shot him in the back of his head for money?
Families who lost loved ones to violence now voicing their frustration with Baltimore's ongoing crime crisis. A mother's plea for justice as we take a closer look at the city clearance rates. But first, we're tracking the funds paid out in the gun trace task force settlements, a new tool from the city comptroller's office offering more transparency. We're going to look into it. It's 8:13, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Baltimore City's Office of the Comptroller now launching this new tool right here to help track funds paid out in gun trace task force settlements. Now, as you look there, you can see it's $22 million and counting right now. This morning, CEO of OpenTheBooks.com, Adam Andrzejewski, joining us live to weigh in. Good morning, Adam. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. It's great to be here.
Well, we appreciate you being here. Is this a step towards transparency? As we look at that website, it actually breaks down the money and where it's coming from. Is that a step forward?
It is. It is. We believe that transparency revolutionizes United States public policy and politics. And obviously, this was a rogue task force. It was a dark day in the city of Baltimore history when all of this corruption got uncovered. So a website dedicated to exposing all of that and making it easy to follow the money we should laud that. But I have to say that we've got a Freedom of Information Act request out there from our auditors at openthebooks.com that is being ignored by the city. And that is for wrongful death settlements. That has not been fulfilled. They're past due on it. They should fulfill that request. And also, they've gone backwards on our city vendor spending, the city checkbook request. For years, they've given us the line-by-line city spending with the vendor names. Of course, that's a checkbook. This year in 2022, they redacted the vendor name, Megan.
Really?
So we're battling that as well.
Adam, any reason as to why? Was there an explanation for that?
No, and look, these are some of the anti-transparency measures when the city pushes back on transparency. This segment here on Fox 45 has been very effective over the course of the last 18 months, and I think that the powers that be, they don't like the sunshine. Right. But light brings heat, and we're going to keep that up.
And when we talk about money being paid out, this is taxpayer money. These are our viewers watching at home. This is their hard-earned money. How much more could they be on the hook for, and how can we make sure that we're aware of it?
So there's been 39 settlements out of this fund for $22 million. And there's another 7 in the pipeline. Mm-hmm. There's 5 lawsuits that are currently filed that probably need a settlement as well. And then there's 2 more that haven't been filed yet, but that are coming. So this is, it's $22 million and counting.
Interesting. So after these settlement payouts, what about the officers then? Do they lose their retirement pensions? What happens to them?
Well, there's been 12 officers actually convicted on this, and they'll lose their pensions. But just 12, like I said, there's up to 46 cases here in play. And so, then it's a mixed bag. Some of the officers were paid back the money that they had paid into the pension system. Some of the officers are still going to receive a lifetime pension payout.
Very interesting. Well, Adam, again, keep us posted if you hear any more, and we appreciate all your work.
Thank you.
It's 8:18 here, Friday morning. We want to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers on the Cinco de Mayo.
All right. Bow our way, Meg. Are you ready?
I don't know. I'm getting hungry.
Okay. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
I've got strawberries back there. I'm going to try to see if I can, kind of clean things out, get me all ready for the tacos that are coming next hour. And hopefully you're going to enjoy some great Mexican food today on this Cinco de Mayo. And what a day it is. We were talking about sitting outside, enjoying that margarita on the patio this afternoon. There's Hank the Bird. He's excited. Yeah, thanks. Let me think. ¿Cómo se dice bird? I don't know how to say bird. I don't know. I'm going to have to think about that one. That's Hank. So, what is it? No hablo? Pajaro. Pajaro! I knew that. And then parajito is a small bird. Pajaro. All right, there's Hank the Hank the Pajaro. Look, I'm just going to continue. I'm sorry. Hank the Bird, good morning, and a happy day to all of you. Happy Friday. Mid to upper 60s is what we're looking at. 73 is our average this time of year. We're going to be at 69 in Baltimore City. Mid to upper 60s across the Eastern Shore, up in Elkton, Bel Air, Cockeysville, Westminster, wherever you go across the Mid-Atlantic. We're looking at a pretty nice afternoon with those mid to upper 60s continuing. For Philly and Baltimore down through D.C., 71 in Richmond. Yeah, let's get that grill fired up this afternoon for a Friday. We're looking at some upper 60s through 4 p.m. and keeping those 60s going to that 6 and 7 o'clock hour. O's continue to stay hot. They won another series against the Royals and put up a lot of runs yesterday afternoon. They're back here at home coming up on Monday. If you want to get the grass cut today on your mowcast, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, no issues out there as we are drying out nicely. We'll get those yards all cleaned up and ready for the weekend. Here's a look at that future scan. Ridge of high pressure over the top of us, keeping us high and dry here. A few more of those clouds working in this afternoon, but overall not going to see much in the way of rain. Saturday looks dry too. Now, some of the models on Sunday do want to bring in some showers by Sunday afternoon. I think this is a little bit overdone right here. It's going to be more into the 6, 7, 8 o'clock hour, more Sunday evening into Monday. And we could hear a rumble of thunder or two as well. Monday looks mainly dry, but Monday night into Tuesday is another weather maker. So things do start to shake up a little bit early next week. You get some of that daytime heating this time of year, upper 70s, lower 80s, some moisture, some instability. And then we have that potential for some of those thunderstorms as we look at our 7-day forecast. But best news is, everybody, is our temperatures are staying near or even above average as we head into early next week.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
It is that time of year that we celebrate Mom, and you could win extra spending money every day from now until May 12th. Just grab your phone, scan the QR code right there for a chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania trivia contest. You get the question right, and you could win the $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom. You might want to share it with her, but you don't have to be a mom technically. Again, scan the QR code to get the Mother's Day Mania trivia question of the day, and good luck. Preparations are underway at Buckingham Palace ahead of tomorrow's coronation ceremony. Taking you live there right now, what William and Kate were spotted doing earlier this week, and the group of people planning to protest the event.
And the Sailing World Regatta Series is in Annapolis this weekend. Beautiful day today as festivities get underway. Coming up next, we're going to meet one of the sailors and actually check out one of their boats this morning. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local all morning.
The longest running and most popular sailboat racing in North America is coming to Annapolis for the 24th year. My goodness, the Annapolis Yacht Club is hosting the Sailing World Regatta. You got to do it. Amy Aronson is live ahead of the competition later today. It looks beautiful out there for this, Amy.
Yeah, beautiful conditions out here. They've got a couple of weather issues, believe it or not, wind being one, plus they opened up the dam, which I hear makes for some challenges on the water. I'm here with one of the sailors who's competing this weekend. Travis Odenbach is with us. I hear you're a pro at this. You've done this a couple of times.
I've been here about 20 years now. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
And I hear you're pretty good at this stuff. So what is it like to compete in a race like this?
There's a lot of effort that goes in before the race. So, you have a long few days before racing starts if you're really into it. And, we've just come here and, of course, we sailed in beautiful breeze the last few days. Yeah. And now we're going to see it's going to be a little trickier here. With the dam open, we'll have a ton of current going on. And then the wind forecast is I'll be optimistic. I think there's some breeze today, but not great for the weekend.
Okay.
But it's exciting. It's exciting to have everybody here, and they do a great job. Helly Hansen and Sailing World do a great job at this event. So.
Okay, when are you going to be racing? When can people see you on the water?
Yeah, so today we're out there. Our first start is 11, and we are the second start in our circle. We're sailing down towards Thomas Point out in the bay, and then we race, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They'll do about 3 races a day if they can get it off.
Okay, cool.
Otherwise, we have sun, which is really nice.
Yeah, it's nice for spectators, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, we wish you the best of luck this weekend, and enjoy your time in Annapolis.
Thank you so much.
Get some good crabs, right, while you're here.
Yes.
If you want some information on coming out this weekend to any of the races, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/Rieslings. And Megan, you're right. It does feel nice. It's going to be nice for spectators, but I think these guys are up against some tough conditions. We'll see how it is this weekend.
I'm excited to see this. Amy, thank you so much, and all the best to everyone out there. It should be fun. Temperatures, as she mentioned, really nice. In the 60s this afternoon. It's going to feel even warmer this weekend, though. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the warm-up ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Harford County teachers are calling on leaders to resist a $19 million budget cut. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the proposed budget and those teachers' concerns. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Friday, May 5th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it is Cinco de Mayo. In case you did not know that, it's a Friday, and it's going to be a gorgeous day to get outside and have a maybe a margarita,
Por favor. Senor Justin joining us this morning with a look at the fiesta later.
Buenos dias, mi amor. Wait, that's
Hola.
for my wife. She's mi amor, yeah. I like you guys too. You're all right. So
like or love? I mean, amor is love, right?
I know. That's what I mean. Como se dice like? Oh, I guess mucho gusto. Anyway, all right, let's take a look outside and see what's going on right now. Good morning to all of you. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, all the way out toward the Key Bridge. Nothing but sunny skies out there. A little less wind today as well, and we'll see those temperatures that will rise. We're in the upper 40s and even some lower 50s right now for Cockeysville, Bel Air over to Baltimore City. 53 in Annapolis and Stevensville. 50-year temp in Eastover and Talbot County. So next couple of hours, as you get out and about, we'll see those temperatures rise. We'll get to the 60s by 10 a.m. and we'll be in the mid to upper 60s as we take you through the afternoon. Some of us real close to that 70-degree mark for today. Lower 70s for pretty much all of us Saturday, and even upper 70s by the time we get into Sunday. Now, we do have a little unsettled weather on the second half of the weekend and into early next week. Going to highlight that for you coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. That's in just a few minutes from right now. Meg?
Gracias, senor. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network this morning, getting reports of an incident. Take a look. This is in Rosedale. We're on 695, the inner loop at Maryland 702. We've got a shot right there. Our camera showing major slowdowns there on the inner loop. I mean, it's crawling through that area. Give yourself some extra time. I think the better advice is try to avoid it if you can.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, as there is a tug-of-war in Harford County over school spending and funding.
Harford County Executive Bob Cassilly's proposed budget would give less money to the school system, and Superintendent Dr. Sean Bolson were at odds. They were at odds over that funding, and now the teachers are getting involved in this.
Olivia Dan's joining us live this morning now with more details on what teachers are asking for. Olivia?
Well, Megan and Tom, a decision on the budget is still weeks away, but now Harford County teachers are calling on leaders to resist a $19 million budget cut for county schools. Take a listen to some of their concerns.
I'm afraid that we're going to have to do the worst thing possible, which is lay people off.
Teachers are working 10, 12 hours a day, tutoring, trying to get these kids on track again, and we need to keep them on that path.
Teachers rallied in Bel Air on Thursday to make their concerns heard. Educators asked for a $19 million increase in funding, but County Executive Cassilly's proposed budget came with a $19 million decrease instead. The county executive argues that too much money is going into the central office and not the classrooms. But despite the rally, some are speaking out in favor of the county executive's proposed budget.
They're trying to shut me out.
That is why we have to fight.
I can scream too. Our superintendent gave himself a $71,000 pay increase.
I think we need to kind of look at where the money is going.
I think he's got a great budget. I think things are going to be funded that need to be funded.
And the county executive said one of his priorities is to avoid a tax increase, and this proposed budget successfully does that. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. And turning now to the city in crisis. While an arrest has been made for the murder of Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez, dozens of cases remain open. Now, two Baltimore City mothers say they are part of a small group of family members who received justice for the murder of their loved ones. Lisa Holly's son, Darrell Hudson, was stabbed in the middle of the day, while Anita Thomas's son, Deontay Belcher, was shot and killed. Both accused killers are behind bars and convicted in their crimes. But there are countless of their families who remain without answers. As of right now, over half the city's homicide.
Baltimore's had 300 plus murders the last 8 years. They solved by arrest less than a quarter of them.
Baltimore has seen 89 homicides so far this year. According to police, their uniform crime reporting closure rate is just 40%. That equals out of the more than 50 homicides unsolved for 2023. Fox 45 News spoke with retired homicide investigator Dave Walker, who says the average homicide rate should hover around 60%. Baltimore police tell Fox 45 their cumulative closure rate is 53.9% based on open warrants for homicide. If you'd like some more stories on the impacts of Baltimore's crime crisis has on city residents, you can head to our website, foxbaltimore.com. Happening today, the 38th annual Fallen Heroes Day ceremony.
This is an event that honors police, firefighters, and emergency medical personnel who have died in the line of duty for us.
This morning, we are live from Delaney Valley Memorial Garden speaking with Chuck Rich, creator of Maryland's 9/11 Rolling Memorial. Chuck, what has inspired you to create this memorial and move it all around the country?
Our inspiration, was, after the 10th anniversary, we started hearing, hey, it's been 10 years. It's time to move on. And that's true. I mean, we need to move on in our lives, but we should never forget. And that was my purpose of creating this on the 15th anniversary of 9/11, to make sure we never forget and let the families see it and know that their loved ones, the sacrifices they made in the war and on 9/11 haven't been forgotten.
It's such a personal experience to be there for this ceremony and to hear those names. What does it mean for you? I know this is far from your first.
Yeah, this is our 5th year being here, and it's certainly an honor to be a part of it, just a small part. But as that we can be a part of it to honor those who made the sacrifice, that got up one morning and went to work and weren't able to make it home to their families, that made that sacrifice for our safety and freedom. It's definitely humbling to be here and be a part of this event.
Chuck, I know it's a symbol, but it also is an audio reminder of what has happened and what has unfolded in the past. You will be ringing that bell today, you say 10 times, to honor those who have fallen for our safety.
Yep, we'll be tolling the bell as they present roses to the family members, and we'll be tolling that bell 10 times today in honor of, I think there's 14 first responders being honored today. So to be able to do that and echo their voices as they're not forgotten, it's a huge, remembrance for the families and stuff as well.
Chuck, once again, we just want to say thank you for taking time to speak with us this morning. We know you have a full day ahead.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it.
We're just getting the numbers for the monthly jobs report. Some good news up next from our live center, how today's report compares with what analysts initially predicted.
And we're looking forward to a weekend warm-up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how hot it's going to feel in his full Weather Authority forecast. It's 8:38 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:40 and from the Live Center this morning, taking a live look over at Capitol Hill, where we are getting the numbers for the monthly jobs report. And good news, U.S. employers adding 253,000 jobs just in April. That's a sign of a still resilient labor market despite rate hikes from the Federal Reserve. Initially, April's jobs were expected to drop to 193,000. Well, this comes as Jenny Craig tells its employees it will be shutting the doors in U.S. and Canada. Corporate and salary field employees' last day is today. The company likely transitioning to an e-commerce model. Jenny Craig could file for bankruptcy as soon as this week and is a warning of more shutdowns and mass layoffs. But on the other side, United Airlines is in hiring mode. Major airlines company recruiting 7,000 new workers in the first 4 months of this year. Plans to hire 15,000 new workers by the end of the year. By 2026, United projects adding 50,000 workers to a workforce that hovered around 93,000 at the start of this year. The Federal Reserve keeping a close eye on today's report for that evidence of that labor market finally softening after months of strong job gains as policymakers try to wrestle with sky-high inflation. That's the latest from our Live Center. And, of course, at 9:30, we'll be watching in New York Stock Exchange, see if those numbers had a big impact. Baltimore County Police renew a search for a missing woman, how long she has been gone, plus what officers can tell us so far. 4 members of the Proud Boys found guilty of seditious conspiracy. Why the trial attorney believes the verdict could be harmful for former President Donald Trump. 8:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .844 and making her headlines this morning, a renewed search is happening in Baltimore County for a mother missing since 2002. Michelle Rust was 22 when she went missing in the morning of her son's 3rd birthday in Arbutus. Her father-in-law found her Dodge Caravan later that day, and police say there has been no activity from Rust's financial accounts. They also say credit cards have not been used or found. Foul play is suspected with her missing, according to Baltimore County Police. A former Proud Boys leader, 3 members of the far-right extremist group were found guilty of seditious conspiracy by a jury for their role in the January 6th Capitol attack. Dee Gatton with the National Desk has more from Washington.
A former Proud Boys leader and 3 other members of the far-right extremist group were convicted in a plot to attack the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. Dominic Pizzola was the only one the jury could not reach a verdict for the seditious conspiracy charge. A jury found Ethan Nordine, Joseph Biggs, Zachary Real, and former leader Enrique Terrio guilty of seditious conspiracy. I spoke with trial attorney Karen Conti to weigh in on the verdict and the rare seditious conspiracy charge.
It was a Civil War era law that was trying to get the Southerners from ceasing their efforts to overthrow the government. So it's rarely used, and it's very difficult to prove because of the complicated nature of it. There has to be this conspiracy. You know, it's possible that this could be harmful for former President Trump because there may be defendants here who, trying to perhaps reduce their sentence, would basically testify against him.
To win a seditious conspiracy case, you have to prove that 2 or more people conspired to overthrow the U.S. government or stop a law from being enforced. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Dee Gatton.
Thank you, Dee Dee. Well, it's 8:46, and we want to get another check on this beautiful weather that we have, and it looks like it's going to last for a few days, right? Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know.
Exactly right, Tom, and we've been talking about it all morning long and pretty much all week, too, when we were suffering under all of that cloud cover and those temperatures that were in the chilly 50s, but looking pretty good right now. 50s for the morning time is fine. Once we get to the afternoon, we'll see more of those 60s return as we look down York Road here. Beautiful shot in Towson. Golfers today hitting the links on your forecast. 57 next hour and mid-60s into the noon hour. Probably not much in the way of wind for today, so don't have to worry about clubbing up or down. Here's a look at our high temperature. 73 typically is where we are. Most of us across Baltimore and Carroll counties in those mid to upper 60s. Close to 70 in Baltimore City down through Dundalk, 66 Perry Hall and White Marsh for you this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in the mid to upper 60s. Ellicott City down through Elk Ridge over to Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Right about 67 in the capital this afternoon. Great weather for that regatta that Amy's been talking about. We'll keep those upper 60s here up and down the 95 corridor all the way from Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Down the ocean, about 60 at Ocean City today, but a nicer weekend ahead if you are heading that way. Here's a look at our temperature tracker. We're going to see those temperatures sneaking into the lower 70s by tomorrow and then sneaking in the above average category for Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Are you guys the taco people? Yes, indeed. All right. The taco people are here from Maryland Live. I'm very excited about that for our big taco eating contest. All right. Ridge of high pressure is settling in as we take you through the 2 o'clock hour this afternoon. Overall, mainly dry conditions. You'll see a few clouds, and some of the models want to paint a stray shower or two this afternoon, but overall, we're looking pretty dry. Keeping that dry air around on Saturday. Sunday gets a little bit more of that cloud cover, and by the time we get into Sunday afternoon, you can see some of the models want to bring in a few showers to western Maryland, and some of those may creep into the central part of Maryland by 4 or 5 o'clock and possibly even into Sunday evening. Stray thunderstorm also going to be possible with some of that daytime heating and that moisture. Better chance for storms, though, comes late Monday into Tuesday. That's going to be another weather maker that we're tracking early next week. Shout out to Zoe the cat. That is from Corey in Hamden. Love Hamden. We loved living there, and I miss it all the time. So great to see Zoe the kitty right there on our pet pics. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com if you want to get your pet pics on TV. So upper 60s today. We're to the lower 70s tomorrow, close to 80 on Sunday. We're going to be in those lower 80s on Monday, so definitely a warmer trend is emerging. And then as we head toward Tuesday, we do have that chance for some showers and pop-up storms. A little cooler behind that system coming into Wednesday of next week. Time to take a look at a view through your window. Now, this is before I got the invitation to be at the Bromo Seltzer Tower. One of our producers was like, hey, look, I live right by the Bromo Seltzer Tower, and here's a picture of it to kind of like tease me. But now I'm excited that I get to go up into that Bromo Seltzer Tower. So thanks, Carla G, for sending in that picture. We'd love to see the pictures and the window, the view through your window. I'm thinking tacos. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or scan that QR code on your screen.
Just the fact that you're going to be eating tacos here in about an hour gets you all flustered.
Yes,
all right, I got you. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. An incident in Severn causing some delays here. You see the slowdown right there on the camera. The right side there is slowing down. This is westbound between Telegraph Road and Arundel Mills. That's where the incident happened. 2 vehicles involved. You usually head this way during your commute. You just may want to add a couple extra minutes to your morning commute. Here's a live look now. Sorry, I've got distracted meteorologist at the desk with me right now. He's all over the place. Our traffic photojournalist, Graham, though, is cruising around. Look at how gorgeous that is. Yeah, he's southbound 95, headed to Miami, or maybe just around the Beltway. All right, from Miami to London, it's preparing for the coronation ceremony of King Charles III, a tradition dating back more than 1,000 years.
And PMR lifestyle host Mark Clark joining us live in studio. MC Mark, good morning.
Yes, cheerio. Charles will be officially crowned tomorrow during a 2-hour service at Westminster Abbey. London police say more than 11,500 officers will be on duty on Coronation Day, which is one of the largest security operations that force has ever led. The Prince and Princess of Wales were spotted checking on coronation preparations from Dog and Duck Pub, a popular bar in the UK. The pub is getting ready for huge crowds this weekend. Kensington Palace says William and Kate took public transportation to the pub, meeting with Transport of London workers along the way. Now, campers from the UK and around the world have visited campsites along the coronation route in London. When asked why they decided to camp out, Brits and Americans alike agreed that this event was too important to miss.
I regard this as it's a first in a lifetime for us, and given ages, probably once in a lifetime.
It's an American dream, you know, it's a bucket list item for him, thus it's a bucket list item for me, and we get to go back and share it with all of our family and kids. We've been sending pictures and things to family already, so everyone's excited.
I see it more as like watching history, whereas instead of like watching like, I don't know, like governmental stuff, monarchy stuff, it's for me as an American, like it's kind of cool just to see it all play out from like a historical perspective.
Okay, but not everybody's excited. More than 1,000 anti-monarchy protesters are planning a demonstration along the coronation route. They will wear yellow and carry signs that read, "Not my king." They say it like that, too. "Not my king." This comes as support for the Britain's monarchy. It's a 40-year low, according to a recent study by the National Center of Social Research. Guys, Steve, not my king.
No.
Wow.
Yeah.
What do you think, guys?
That's the right accent, but maybe. You never know. I mean, maybe that's Northern London. No, watching the coronation tomorrow, not
going to do it
for me. No.
No, I don't. I mean, it's interesting because they haven't had a king in 75 whatever years because Queen Elizabeth, obviously. So that was something that Brits and people all around the world never thought they would see somebody different. And now it's Charles, and we've known Charles from obviously back in the day with Charles and Diana in the 80s. I remember that.
But does Charles have big king energy though?
No.
No. And I like the fact that his son and daughter-in-law were supervising from a pub. I thought that was very good.
Just make William the king already. Come on, let's just go. Let's just fast forward.
I don't know if he has it either. I don't know.
No, Will does. Yeah, come on.
You know who does have it? Justin could be the king.
I'd be a good king.
All right, let's move on. Cinco de Mayo here, and since we're all dreaming about things, we're celebrating right here in the studio in our next half hour, where you can go today to enjoy margaritas and a taco eating contest.
It's good to be the king.
Yeah.
Tell me what movie that's from, Tom. TurboTax made a big oopsie while the company now has to pay a $141 million settlement after a multi-state investigation.
All right, maybe not tacos or something, but it's raining behind us.
Ooh,
I don't know what that
that
means. It doesn't take that much money. Pick up a nice little treat.
Yeah, time for a coffee break.
8:57, topping your morning business report. New poll shows Americans are on edge about the safety of their money in U.S. banks. A new Gallup poll shows that about 48% of Americans don't feel secure about the U.S. banking system, and they're concerned about their assets while they're depositing them. So 19% of respondents say they feel very concerned. The poll finds the most worried lower income adults, people without a college degree, and Republicans. Meanwhile, some taxpayers who used a popular tax preparation system will receive payments after a lawsuit settlement. Intuit is the parent company of TurboTax. It will soon pay out checks to more than 4 million Americans. The company agreeing to a $141 million settlement last year after a multi-state investigation. TurboTax was accused of deceiving some customers into paying for tax services that should have been free. Impacted taxpayers could get up to $85 for each year they used the system from 2016 to 2018. Good news coming for Google fans. Their new phone can fold. Folding phones, wasn't that old school? Yeah, the company releasing, though, new images Thursday showcasing the Pixel Fold. A report says the device will be a 5.8-inch phone that folds to 7.6-inch tablet. Okay?
Flip phone.
Yeah, flip. Well, but you don't like using the word flip phone because that's, not allowed, right? So it's a folding phone. Other details currently unknown about Google's first foldable phone. The company is planning to release more information during its Google I/O event May 10th. 8:58, and now it is time for today's American Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
You guys, I have been designing rugs for decades, and the number one question I get every time is, what's the best rug if I have pets? Or what is the best rug to use if I have kids? And I have the best answer for you. Here it is. It's called My Magic Carpet. And from the very first moment we introduced this line, I have been all in. That's hard to say for a designer. These are washable rugs that you can put anywhere in your house if you're a pet owner, small kids, most importantly, those high traffic areas. By the doors, in the kitchen. Let's just talk about the kitchen for a second. Everything happens in the kitchen. If you cook, you spill, you have guests, you make a mess, and you want to be able to clean your carpets as much as you want. And let me tell you, I'm so impressed by the technology behind My Magic Carpet, and that's what sets it apart from the other competitors. First of all, it's backing. It's all connected to the rug. The other rug's padding can be separate, breaks apart, wrecks your washer. This doesn't, and it's non-slip. Most importantly, it's waterproof. Your flooring is always protected. I have tested this, believe me. And there are so many designs to choose from. This is our newest. It is a shag, if you can believe it, and we've already washed this, and it looks exactly the same. This is why no one gets shag, because they can't wash it. Now you can. We are offering 30% off today, you guys. Do not wait. Get a few of these for every room. To take advantage of this deal, go to asadeals.com.
Two arrests made in the murder of a 23-year-old here in Canton. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're hearing from the victim's family as the community remembers him.
Today, those who have died in the line of duty will be honored. Coming up, how Fallen Heroes Day is celebrating its 38th ceremony.
Our temperatures are looking good. We're going to be warming up as we head into your weekend. We'll break down that full Weather Authority forecast right here on Good Day Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
9 o'clock on this Friday, May 5th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gill, and meteorologist Justin Chambers here with us.
Yeah, good morning.
I've seen you've given us updates on what's going on
over
in the
there?
kitchen.
I don't see a lot of tacos. That's the whole thing. As I'm just wondering what's going on. This guy's getting set up.
Is that
Maryland
hot
Live.
Tequila?
I think it's liquor.
Drinks, yeah. Maybe it's went from a taco eating contest to a drinking contest.
Por favor.
Did not know that was happening.
All right.
All right. We'll see what's going on with all of that.
Our producer's like,
we were really into that.
Good morning, Baltimore. Looking outside right now, all of you. Yeah, that's my the Superman, thing that I always like to see in that big movie, Batman versus Superman. I don't know what that is, but our Hard Rock Cafe shot looking nice right now. Lots of sunshine that is out there. Statewide, our temperatures have risen to the 50s already. 54 in Westminster, 58 in Baltimore City, still some 40s in Western Maryland. Remember, these temperatures right now were our high temperatures earlier this week, so we're not going to be playing with that at all. We're talking about low to mid 60s if you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, so get that exercise on before you get those tacos eaten later today. Back with your full forecast coming up in a few minutes. minutes from right now. Tom, how are we doing on the roads?
Actually, not bad at all right now at 9:02. And taking a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, there was an incident earlier in Severn that was causing some major delays. You see it. They're still showing red, but look at the camera action, and it looks like that's a delayed red coating because traffic is moving along fine. No problems at all on Maryland 100 westbound from Telegraph Road to Rundle Mills Boulevard. So it's, if usually heading that way, no problem at all. Head out there because it's all cleared up.
Turning now to a city in crisis. The two suspects in the armed robbery and shooting at the T-Mobile in Canton have been arrested. Both are accused of shooting and killing a 23-year-old T-Mobile employee. This morning, we have Olivia Dance joining us live with the latest updates on the arrest and reaction from the victim's family, too. Olivia.
Well, Megan, an 18-year-old and 14-year-old boy are behind bars this morning, charged with first-degree murder, and they're accused of the shooting that happened right here in this T-Mobile during the day on Sunday. The shooting happened when the suspects attempted to rob the store. They shot and killed 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez, who was just trying to do his job. A candlelight vigil was held yesterday for Fabian, and as his family, friends, and coworkers were remembering him, that's when Fabian's brother heard reports of the first arrest in connection with his brother's murder.
I had the tears of joy and pain, but we're glad. I'm glad to hear that there is a suspect and there's been an arrest made, because that's what we want. We want justice. That's all we want. Justice for my brother. Justice for every innocent soul that has been taken from our hearts. Not just my heart, my family's, but every other family members out there.
Arthur McCaden is the 18-year-old who was arrested and charged in connection to Fabian's fatal shooting. Sources familiar with McCaden's criminal record say he was under the Department of Juvenile Services supervision. Also, his father was convicted for murder back in February. Again, police also arrested a 14-year-old in connection with Fabian's murder. Another young person accused of killing yet another young person behind bars this morning. And right now you're looking at a memorial for Fabian outside the store he worked at. This morning we've seen more people put flowers here outside the store. Police say there are no more suspects in this case, but Fabian's family is calling on the mayor to do more to stop the crime. You can watch their full emotional interview on our YouTube page. Just search Fox Baltimore. But for now, reporting live in Canton, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thanks, Olivia. City Councilman Zeke Cohen represents the area of Canton, and as you can see, he tweeted in response to the arrest saying he's, quote, grateful to BPD for making a swift arrest in the murder of Fabian Gonzalez. He goes on to say, I have been in touch with the state's attorney and plan on providing a community impact statement. He also writes that he has been in touch with the family and is supporting them with victim impact services.
You know, as a defense attorney, I didn't stand for this behavior, and I certainly will not stand for this behavior as the Baltimore City State's attorney.
Two Baltimore City officers now facing criminal charges. The first, Officer C.J. Watson, is accused of selling drugs while on the job in Baltimore County. According to prosecutors, Watson was under surveillance from both BPD and county police when he was caught leaving his post to sell the drugs at a tattoo shop. Second officer indicted, Alexis Acosta, now facing manslaughter and other reckless driving charges related to this fatal crash in East Baltimore that happened in June. Acosta was responding to a call when he hit and killed 58-year-old Terry Harrell, who was riding along on a scooter. The city approved a $400,000 settlement with Harrell's family earlier this year.
This announcement now marks 6 Baltimore City police officers indicted on criminal charges this year. The cases are all separate and unrelated. City State's Attorney Ivan Bates questioning if this is a concerning pattern.
Well, I wouldn't say I see a pattern. What I see is our office holding officers accountable, and that we're doing that with individuals who are breaking the law. But what I can tell you I have seen is the consent decree I do believe is working. I do believe, having been a defense attorney and seen some of the police actions before, what I'm seeing now is that we're starting to catch up with the officers that need to be held accountable.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, an abandoned home in North Baltimore goes up in flames.
Yeah, and thanks to a program aimed at saving lives, firefighters knew how to approach the problem. After hours of trying to put out the flames, this was the aftermath.
The president of a local fire union saying the firefighters on the scene were able to safely respond thanks to the Code X-ray program. For months, local fire departments have been marking vacant homes with warning signs, letting first responders know if they're at high risk of collapsing. While warning signs can be helpful to protect firefighters, they're not a permanent solution to the problem.
Until the city comes up with the money to knock these buildings down, they're always going to be a problem.
According to a city dashboard, there are more than 14,000 vacant buildings in Baltimore. Happening today, 38th annual Fallen Heroes Day ceremony is taking place in Timonium. The event honors police, firefighters, emergency medical and rescue personnel who have died in the line of duty. And Governor Wes Moore will be among those speaking at today's ceremony, which begins at 1 o'clock. And now we want to speak with Master Trooper Joyce Watkins, a 19-year veteran of the Maryland State Police. And good morning, Trooper Watkins.
Good morning.
Thank you so much about this. Obviously, you will be playing today. Can you tell us what your role is at the ceremony and what it's like to be able to perform for such an event?
Well, my main role is just to play taps at the end of the ceremony to really honor all of the fallen heroes.
Joyce, when you do that, though, it's symbolic, but it's also traditional to play the taps at so many somber events. When you do that, is that a remembrance for everyone to kind of, okay, honor those who have fallen, but also celebrate with those that are still alive because of that family member?
Absolutely. You know, it's a very honorable and sacred responsibility that I am fortunate enough to be able to do.
Yeah, and when you do finish playing the taps, though, what is the thought? What do you normally hear from people that are in attendance?
Most of the time, it is thank you so much for closing our ceremony and for honoring all of our fallen heroes the way that you do with your skill. And mostly, I get great job.
Yeah, well, and Joyce, I mean, it's incredible to be able to be part of the state troopers here, and then seeing a service that would happen, say you were in the line of duty, you would be there too, because you start looking at how others are treated, and to remember that we remember what they've done and keep that tradition going with young kids.
Yes, absolutely.
Joyce Watkins, thank you so much. We appreciate your service and for also being out there today. Thank you.
Thank you.
From our live center now this morning, we want to take you live to Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are pushing for a new bill to temporarily grant border officials the authority to continue to expel migrants in a similar fashion to Title 42 once that order ends. This comes as the surge of migrants flooding the southern border has prompted concern from both parties. The legislative fix would not directly extend Title 42, but it would give the administration a 2-year temporary solution to continue to expel migrants in a similar fashion. The key distinction, it would not rely on a public health order. The legislation would need at least 60 votes to pass the Senate, making it all but guaranteed that it's not going to pass before Title 42's expiration. This comes as Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas makes a 2-day trip to the border. The White House says he will be holding a news conference sometime today, and then next week, the House is set to vote on its own sweeping border and immigration proposal. We're going to continue to follow this and bring you any updates as they come in right here from our live center.
Well, let's get over to find out about our weather here this weekend. In fact, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got an easy job today. Beautiful for the next 3 days, right?
Yeah, what? I don't know what you're looking. What?
He's distracted again. All right, so they are starting to bring out the tacos, not just the. Oh wait,
no,
I still
it's just drinks. It's just drinks. All right.
Okay.
All right. Well, I heard the tacos have arrived. All right. Whew. All right. Excited about that. I hope you're excited about the weather too. Yes. Okay. Fine. I enjoy being able to bring you good news of great joy and looking at our yard and gardening cast. If you're going to be out and about in the gardens or the yards today, we're talking mid to upper 60s. Typically, 73 is where we are for this time of year. So you can see those numbers are definitely going to be closer to average. We're looking at highs across Carroll and Baltimore counties in the mid to upper 60s for today. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll take a look at how much warmer we get tomorrow and into the rest of the weekend and even into next week. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. A financial tug-of-war in Harford County over school funding. Still ahead in our next half hour, what teachers are asking for as this conflict continues.
Plus, the clock is ticking on the debt limit. We have a live update from Washington, D.C. this morning about a new deal in the works. 9/11 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Developing news here. President Biden under increasing pressure from his own party to negotiate with Republicans on raising the debt limit as the deadline to avoid default draws closer.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joining us live from Capitol Hill with more. Kayla.
Well, Tom, on Thursday, Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, two centrists who usually vote with Democrats, are now breaking from their party's support of President Biden's stance to not negotiate with Republicans on raising the debt limit. Manchin and Sinema now pushing for a bipartisan deal, and so is Democratic Representative from Maine, Jared Golden. Golden saying, quote, "We should engage in this debate rather than trying to avoid it," end quote. Republican Senator Rick Scott from Florida had some messaging advice for Speaker McCarthy on navigating this delicate issue, urging McCarthy to talk about how this will benefit the American public and to keep the American people at the center of this conversation. McCarthy is going to meet with President Biden on Tuesday. It'll be their first meeting in more than 3 months.
Kayla, we know the Supreme Court also under the microscope yet again after another report links Justice Clarence Thomas to a GOP mega donor. What are the new developments here? What can we confirm?
Well, Megan, ProPublica published a new report on Thursday that Harlan Crow, he's a GOP mega donor from Texas, paid the private school boarding tuition for Thomas's great-nephew. Now, Justice Thomas has referred to raising his sister's grandson like his own son, and this is now the third report linking Thomas to Crow in less than a month. It's also a pretty murky area. Federal ethics laws require justices to report gifts given to dependent children. Now, Thomas's supporters argue his great-nephew does not fall into that category, so there is no ethics violation here. Democrats are calling for new ethics rules for the court. Republicans calling Democrats hypocrites. The Daily Wire reporting on Wednesday that liberal Justice Sonia Sotomayor received millions in advances from a book publisher, that's Penguin Random House, but Sotomayor then did not recuse herself from a case involving that publisher. The Senate Judiciary Committee is still grappling with how exactly to address this ethics question, if they will even address it at all. Tom, Megan.
Thank you. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins, live from Capitol Hill. All right, we're looking at a very nice weekend ahead. I mean, the temperatures, there's a lot of events going on this weekend, some 5Ks, some megathons over at Big Truck Brewery, brewathons. There's a whole lot of events out there all across the state.
You had me at weekend.
Yeah.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with how it's going to feel. He
Still distracted.
What?
How's it going over there now?
Oh, good, good. You know what these people are doing right there?
Eating tacos.
Maybe, but they're working outside, looks like. And I see a laptop, so I bet they're watching us right now.
Nice.
So, hello, downtown near the Inner Harbor. And a great day to do things outside. Maybe get some work done, get some exercise, get some eating, some drinking, some enjoying the weather as well. Oh, okay. So a little bird just told me that the flower market also at Mount Vernon. I did hear about some road closures over there. So, yeah, that's a good thing. So lots of great spring-like things happening. Mid to upper 60s here. That means good news for Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing about over the next 12 hours. 73 is our average for this time of year. Most of us will be closer to that number, but mid to upper 60s, definitely an improvement from what we saw earlier this week. Even warmer than yesterday. 68 in D.C. and Cumberland. Down the ocean, close to about 60 there at Ocean City. We'll be at 64 in Philly if you're heading up that way. Now, pollen numbers with the dry conditions sneaking back up into the moderate category for trees, grass, and even into for the mold category. So if you are going to get the grass cut today or any of that yard work over the weekend, just know the allergens will be out there. That pollen level will continue to stay in that moderate to high category. But green lights on your mowcast if you want to get some of that yard work done for the weekend. Here's a look at our future scan. So that big H is a ridge of high pressure. It's that clockwise flow around the center of that high. The sinking air helps to kind of dry things out. You're still going to see a few clouds later this afternoon. Well, some of the models want to bring in just a straight pop-up shower. Don't think I'm really buying into that too much. Looking at our future scan for Saturday, also drier. Now, Sunday gets a little bit dicey. That's when we have a little bit more cloud cover. Some showers start moving in for western Maryland by Sunday afternoon. And then late afternoon into the evening time, we could see a straight pop-up shower, maybe even a thunderstorm, but it's still not looking very active on Sunday. Different story late Monday into Tuesday. That's going to really be our next weather maker. We could get some more thunderstorms popping up as we get some of the daytime heating and that instability going kind of into that weather pattern. Almost a summer-like weather pattern. Summer's still 47 days away here on our holiday countdown, but today's Cinco de Mayo, 9 days from Mother's Day, and exactly 60 days from right now, Independence Day. That's right, got the 4th of July on there. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. 69 today, lower 70s on Saturday, back to the upper 70s Sunday, even 80 by Monday. But again, a little unsettled in Monday and Tuesday with those showers and storms coming in, although our temperatures still looking pretty good. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, looking out over Lock Raven Boulevard and the inner and outer loops. Outer loops a little bit more congested right here. This morning, everyone's moving along just fine. No current incidents to report on any major Baltimore roads.
Today, those who have died in the line of duty will be honored. Still to come, the ceremony in Timonium, remembering those who made the ultimate sacrifice.
But first, Cinco de Mayo, that's right, and it's your chance to go out, celebrate with your family and friends, maybe indulge in a cold beverage or down some tacos. Popular hotspot where you can enjoy all the fun and festivities, and the taco eating contest between Megan and Justin is coming up live on air next. Nope, I'm the judge. Hey, look, you got to read the script. Watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in the kitchen right now. Stretching, Justin's ready for his fast pace, fast dance here. Megan's doing breathing exercises. Yeah. And why, Megan, are we doing this?
Time to eat some tacos, Tom.
We're celebrating Cinco de Mayo with music, food, and, of course, friends and co-workers, and we're still friends.
That's right, right now.
Right.
You can hang out today at Live Casino in Hotel Maryland for their all-day festivities.
And we are very lucky. Joining us this morning, Director of Beverage Operations, Seth Gibson. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course.
Seth, we're going to talk first about the drinks before these two. So, viewers, you need to watch them. Watch out. Make sure they're not eating beforehand, sneaking anything. Make sure about that, because there's a contest coming up in a little bit, because you guys are hosting a major taco eating contest later on.
Absolutely. So we've got festivities throughout the property today, really centered at sports and social. Cocktails, we're partnering up with Casamiga Tequila.
Right.
A couple of the features that we brought with us today, we have our Smoky Casa Culata, which uses tequila and mezcal in the cocktail, and of course our Casa Paloma.
Tequila and mezcal right here. You're talking about a pineapple juice also in there? So the flavoring, though.
Oh,
when I first walked over, I said, oh, man, that looks like a margarita. And you're like, they're not. Hey, no biting yet, guys.
I'm not. Oh, I'm now mesmerized. That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Why do you smoke it? Like, how much of a fragrance does that
smells
add?
good.
Right?
Well, there you go.
Both fragrance and flavor.
Okay.
So mezcal naturally is already a smoky, earthier version of tequila. It's distilled from the agave plant. But smoking it just helps to bring those flavors up. Of course, you can't have tacos without tequila.
Live Casino right here, and that's exactly it. We've got the mixed drinks right here. Okay, so you guys ready? Do we have a countdown? Do we have a drum roll? What are we doing here? No? Yeah, we have a drum roll. Okay, so we're going to start. 45 seconds. Okay. See who can eat the most. We have a hard taco and a soft taco. Ready?
Yes.
4, 3, 2, 1. All right, Megan and Justin, while they're actually eating the tacos here, Justin went for a different one. He's actually double packing his burrito lines.
Well, that's actually our chicken bacon ranch taco. Okay. It is a soft crunch tequila, so it's a blue corn tortilla hard shell wrapped in a soft tortilla.
You see the two different ways that they're going about it here. Somebody's a little bit messier. We don't want to say any names, but he is definitely a lot messier than she is here. She's out working on it. You have 30 seconds, guys. Nice cleaner. She doesn't need a napkin. Somebody else needs a couple napkins here. Okay, so then what's the other taco?
Well, she's enjoying our beef barbacoa taco, and these are both new additions to the permanent sports and social menu. So even if you missed the festivities today, you can come in and get these anytime.
All right, 15 seconds. All right, so 15 seconds. Megan's already finished the one, the beef barbacoa, Seth. And then if you would recommend these drinks with them, 10 seconds.
Absolutely.
Megan definitely agrees with that one. Justin's starting to work on his beef barbacoa. We've got about eight people in the studio with us who are going to help us judge.
Well, I think he went the right way. He went the more difficult one.
And time's up. Hands down. Okay, well, wait a minute here. That looks very close. Are we able to get a close shot of that to see the differences
I ate a whole taco and most of this one.
I think Justin
Megan's
got this
plate
one.
right here. There's Megan's plate.
You beat me by
Wrapped it up, right?
a bite and a half.
Now we got Justin's. I'm going to move this one, Justin, over. This is your shot here. Wait, let me see if I'm getting it. There you go, Justin. Looks like the difference is here. Yeah, looks like maybe, but when you look at their faces, Justin has a lot on his face. That also counts added to the plate. So I'm not sure it's tight. What do you think, Seth? Who won?
I think he's got the win on this one, but it was close.
Cheers to you. That was delicious.
Oh, my God, they're so good.
You did good.
Very good. All right, so you can enjoy a drink and some taco eating contest happening live casino today.
Absolutely. Right at Sports and Social in the heart of the casino.
Is that good?
That is really good. You can taste the smoky flavor. Wow.
All right, cheers.
Olay.
Are you still working on it?
I'm just going to
You don't want to talk about the weather?
Cheers to a sunny, warm weekend ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to finish this taco. Then he's going to talk about some warmer temperatures, maybe.
Good chicken.
It's still.
Harford County teachers are calling on leaders to resist a $19 million budget cut. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the proposed budget and those teachers' concerns.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Well done.
Well
done. It was. Hey,
I am
it was
not
good.
worthy, Justin Chambers.
You were
might have
the
beat us
cleaner.
both.
You were, definitely
that
cleaner
going.
with your approach for the taco eating. If you're just joining us, we just for Cinco de Mayo live casino brought in some tacos for
Why
Megan
not?
and Justin to challenge.
And later today, you can participate in this as well. Maybe you could try to beat Justin, our
And
champion.
we asked Seth, too. We're like, are these going to be like the same tacos that Megan? And I just said, yes, absolutely. Those are the
good
ones.
stuff.
That's the whole thing with that big piece of chicken. I was like, all right, maybe get this thing first. And then either way, it was really close. So.
You know it's good when both of us were eating after the competition ended. That's a good sign.
That was a good sign, too. All right, good morning, everybody. Yeah, I the whole time I was eating, I was like, I really want to just enjoy this and savor it. And I was like, no, I got to win. Either way.
You did.
Yeah, good morning to all of you. Our Towson cam, our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. We're seeing a few clouds out there, and that's what we're going to see as we head later into the day today. Okay, let's get out for a run or a jog. Let's run off those tacos. Low to mid 60s over the next couple of hours. You can enjoy that on your jogging cast. Heck, let's run all the way to Maryland live from here. Maybe that'll burn it off. 69 today, 73 tomorrow, back to the upper 70s on Sunday. So definitely seeing those warmer conditions for your Cinco de Mayo weekend. We're back with your full forecast, and we'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Now to the crisis in the classroom, as there is a tug of war in Harford County over school funding right now.
Harford County Executive Bob Castley's proposed budget would give less money to the school system. Superintendent Dr. Sean Bolson, though, says he doesn't agree, makes them at odds over the funding, and now teachers are getting involved.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live with more details on what those teachers are now asking for. Olivia.
Well, a decision on the budget is still weeks away, Megan and Tom, but now Harford County teachers are calling on leaders to resist a $19 million budget cut for county schools. Take a listen to some of their concerns.
I'm afraid that we're going to have to do the worst thing possible, which is lay people off.
Teachers are working 10, 12 hours a day, tutoring, trying to get these kids on track again, and we need to keep them on that path.
Teachers rallied in Bel Air on Thursday to make their concerns heard. Educators asked for a $19 million increase in funding, but County Executive Castley's proposed budget came with a $19 million decrease instead. The county executive argues that too much money is going into the central office and not the classrooms. But despite the rally, some are speaking out in favor of the county executive's proposed budget.
They're trying to shut me up. I can scream too! Our superintendent gave himself a $71,000 pay increase. I think we need to kind of look at where the money is going.
I think he's got a great budget. I think things are going to be funded that need to be funded.
And the county executive said one of his priorities was to avoid a tax increase, and this proposed budget successfully does that. For now, reporting live, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thanks, Olivia. Happening today, the 38th annual Fallen Heroes Day ceremony in Timonium. The event honors police, firefighters, and emergency medical and rescue personnel who have died in the line of duty. We know Governor Moore will be among those speaking at today's ceremony. It all kicks off at 1 o'clock this afternoon, but we've been giving you a little sneak peek of some of the events that will be unfolding. We're speaking now with Master Trooper Joyce Watkins once again, a 19-year veteran of the Maryland State Police. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Oh, thank you for having me.
How much of it an honor? How do you feel being asked to play taps at this event?
It's extremely humbling, and it is a very sacred and honorable responsibility that I'm very lucky to be able to do.
History of taps. It goes back quite a while, and a meaningful one at that.
Absolutely, absolutely. To honor fallen heroes and veterans in this manner, it's truly an honor.
Trooper, have you been to this ceremony before? Have you experienced this?
I haven't experienced this event before. No, this is my first one.
Yeah, I can imagine. There's a lot of emotion that goes behind this. How are you feeling ahead of this?
I'm a little nervous, but I have to stay on track for what I need to do to make sure that I'm properly honoring our fallen heroes, and I do service to the family for their loved one.
And you do service to us every day, obviously, as part of the Maryland State Police. But in the music that you're giving today, there's so much emotion behind music. It speaks to people.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, we're wishing you all the best here today. Good luck, of course, in your portion of this, and thank you for all you do each day.
Thank you very much.
9:35, and from your live center this morning, taking a live look, well, actually looking at the latest report here, where we're just getting those numbers from our monthly jobs report in. U.S. employers adding 253,000 jobs in the month of April. That's a sign of a still resilient labor market, despite rate hikes from the Federal Reserve. Initially, April's jobs were expected to drop to 193,000. Some good news. This, though, coming as Jenny Craig is announcing, it tells its employees it will be shutting down the doors in U.S. and Canada. Corporate and salaried field employees' last day is today. Company likely transitioning, though, into commerce, the e-commerce model, which a lot of companies have done. Jenny Craig could file for bankruptcy as soon as the end of this week and is warning of more shutdowns and mass layoffs. Now, on the other side of that, United Airlines is in hiring mode. A major airline company recruited 7,000 new workers in the first 4 months of this year and plans to hire 15,000 new workers by the end of this year. And they say by 2026, United projects adding 50,000 workers to a workforce that has hovered around 93,000 at the start of this year. The Federal Reserve keeping a close eye on today's report, though, and I want to bring up something right here now because this is in the green. Now, granted, it's just coming up a little bit here, just opening up the bell at 9:30, and so 6 minutes in, some good news because of that labor market and the jobs coming out. It has been softening after months of strong job gains, so policymakers are trying to wrestle the sky-high inflation. That's the latest from our live center.
The Sailing World Regatta Series is in Annapolis this weekend. Everything actually kicks off today. Coming up next, we're going to chat with some sailors that came all the way from Canada. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
.39 and competitive sailors from all over the country are taking over Annapolis right now and all weekend.
The Annapolis Yacht Club is hosting the 24th annual Sailing World Regatta. We have Amy Aronson with more ahead of the racing happening later today. Amy?
The Sailing World Regatta is in Annapolis this weekend. Blue skies and sunshine and lots of sailors. We've actually got sailors from all over competing. We've got a couple of sailors right now that are going to chat with us all the way from Canada. So Sam and Jack are joining us this morning. Welcome to Annapolis, first of all. Why did you guys make the trip all the way down here?
I don't know. Sailing hasn't really started in Canada yet, and the fleet's really competitive down here. I think there's 22 boats in our fleet.
Okay.
So.
That's awesome. Lots of work goes into this. You guys have been doing it for a while. How long have you been sailing?
I've been sailing for 10 years now.
That's awesome.
Competitive racing for 6 to 8 maybe. I'm not sure. But yeah, so just a good shakedown regatta for us. You know, first regatta of the year.
Awesome.
Blow off some cobwebs. You know, Canadian winter's coming to an end, so.
It must feel warm down here.
Yeah, it's beautiful down here for us. This is living nice. So.
Awesome. What are you guys doing this morning? I see lots of prep work happening on your ship here, your boat.
Just rigging, and I don't know. We got the dehumidifier off, getting the sails ready, putting the racing sails on. We had the practice sails on yesterday, just while we kind of did some maneuvers and got the cobwebs out.
Yeah, ready to go. Okay, if people haven't been to a race like this, why should they come out and watch everybody in the water?
It's pretty interesting. There are tons of skilled sailors from all over the world. It's just really competitive. We're just hoping for some wind. That's what we need.
Heck yeah. Okay, well, we wish you both the best of luck all weekend long. If you want to come out and see them for yourselves and cheer them on this weekend, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. In Annapolis, Amy Aronson, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Amy. The O's get back on track and steal the throne back from the Royals. Coming up, how the O's blasted their way into victory.
And it is Friday, and that means we have a positively adorable guest here in studio. We are about to introduce you to Rice Krispie right after the break. You ready for this? You ready, Rice Krispie? Oh my gosh.
.44 and making your headlines this Friday morning. Police in Serbia are on the hunt for a 21-year-old male suspect for killing 8 and injuring 13 others. And according to state media, the attacker used an automatic weapon to shoot at a group of people in a village 30 miles south of the country's capital, Belgrade. It comes as the country mourns the deaths of 8 children and 1 school guard who were just recently killed in a mass shooting Wednesday, the first ever reported for a school shooting in that country. Police say a 14-year-old used his father's gun to carry out that attack at school.
Now taking you live to the White House here this morning, where President Joe Biden is threatening sanctions against the individuals responsible for the violence in Sudan. This is part of an executive order the president signed yesterday. The order doesn't name any specific individuals, but what it does do is pave the way for punitive measures against the two warring generals at the center of the violence. A week-long ceasefire was set to begin yesterday, but the fighting persists, with both sides blaming each other for violating the truce.
We also continue to insist, negotiate, be directly involved in aspects of ensuring that there is a ceasefire that can lead to a cessation of hostilities that we believe is necessary to get us back to what we believe is the will of the Sudanese people.
The State Department clarified the executive order is not an announcement of sanctions, but creates the authority to do so at the right time. The death toll in Sudan surpassed 500 this week. According to the United Nations, at least 5,000 are injured, hundreds of thousands of others without homes now.
Now taking you live to New York City, where protesters are gathering, calling for justice after a homeless person was killed on a subway train Monday. 30-year-old Jordan Neely was reportedly having a mental health episode and verbally and physically threatening people with death threats when a passenger, multiple passengers, but one ended up restraining him, holding him in a chokehold. Neely ultimately dying. His death has been ruled a homicide caused by compression of his neck. Protesters now calling for justice after the man seen on the video holding Neely in the chokehold was set free. The group gathered at Barclays Center in Brooklyn, reporting marching towards the main courthouse in Manhattan. We have a warming trend on the way here in the Baltimore region.
This is a pretty exciting day here. The weather's getting nice. We had tacos in the studio. There's a puppy here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has good news. What a Friday.
I know. It's a great Friday, guys. The first weekend of the brand new month of May, and we're starting off as we typically see over the last 30 years. I mean, the lower 70s is typically how we start the month of May. You go back on that 30-year average, and we're a lot closer to that number today, and especially as we head into the weekend. So mainly blue skies out there from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Couple of clouds hanging around overall, but boaters and watermen, if you do want to get out there on the water, your captain's cast, great day today. Very light wind out there out of the north, maybe 5 to 10 knots, and waves about a foot or less. A low tide at 2:25, coming back into Fort McHenry at 7:23 this afternoon or evening time. But mid to upper 60s, maybe getting those boats ready to get out in the water, and we're going to top out close to 70 for a lot of us here for this afternoon after our cool morning. A very nice afternoon indeed. 8:03 is when that sun goes to bed tonight, so plenty of time to get out there. Maybe you want to go flying today. I'm looking forward to getting back up there in the old red wagon here. VFR conditions, visual flight rules is what we're talking about for pilots this afternoon. So we're talking about low to mid and upper 60s. Westminster, Eldersburg over to the Hereford zone. Cockeysville and Hunt Valley right about 66 today. Same number for you there in Perry Hall and White Marsh down through Baltimore City and Canton and Fells. Eastern Shore also looking good. We're talking mid to upper 60s for Easton, Centerville out through Rock Hall and Chester at 67 for later today. Grillcast, great afternoon and great weekend for that matter to fire up that grill and get ready to hang out with the friends and family. We're seeing temperatures in the 60s through this evening, so really nice, pleasant conditions to be outside. Here's a look at our future scan. The reason why I typically talk about the big H, or that ridge of high pressure that is settling in. Now, we're still going to see some clouds rolling through later this afternoon. You can see some of the models want to paint a couple of those little green blobs there, but I think it's more just going to be that cloud cover that will sort of pop up into the later part of the day. But tomorrow, overall, we stay mainly dry. Sunday, another weather maker is going to roll in. And first, it's going to start in western Maryland, just getting a couple of those showers into the western part of the state by about 2 p.m. And then as we get later into the afternoon and evening, a stray shower or two, possibly a pop-up thunderstorm. Monday, we're dry to start, but then Monday night and Tuesday, another weather maker is going to roll in. That could actually bring us some more thunderstorms for the early part of next week. Of course, Cinco de Mayo is today, Mother's Day in just 9 days from right now. We're 24 days out from Memorial Day. We celebrate Dad in 44 days, with that summer solstice coming in 47 days from right now, the longest day of the year. But nice to have these longer days, especially when you get time to enjoy and we get some of the nice weather to boot. 69 today, 73 tomorrow, upper 70s Sunday, 80 on Monday, and then we'll see that chance for some storms early next week before those numbers come back down to the lower 70s on Wednesday.
Well, remember, you can track severe storms even when we are not on air by downloading the free Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store and search WBFF to get started.
The Orioles getting their bats back on track in a big way after being shut out on Wednesday. In Kansas City, the Birds blasting their way to an 8-1 lead in the third inning thanks to Gunnar Henderson's monster shot there. In the 8th inning, they were down 9-8. Ramon Urias would fix that. Check this out. He puts Baltimore back on top here, and it stays that way. 7th straight series victory. Way to go, O's. 13-10 now. They're going to head to Atlanta to face the National League's best team here.
All right, it's Friday, and you know what that means. We have another furry friend with us. Joining us this morning, Katie Fleury with the SPCA. And, I mean, you're here, but everyone's watching, well, Rice Krispie.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is exactly. So tell us about who Rice Krispie is and when we can adopt him.
He is 8 weeks old. We actually had his whole litter. He has a litter of 6. There's only 2 left, him and another one. He's looking for a great home. He is all puppy.
So 2 puppies then. So Rice Krispie and the other one, a cereal name?
I believe it is. I'm not sure what his name is, but yep, there are 2 of them. Could be. I was thinking that after tacos today, he's a great dessert.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Okay, so the personality, obviously very cute. I mean, we've been fixated on him now for a little while now, and he's a puppy. He's trying to chew. He's
teething. He's teething. He's definitely teething. He'll need some chew toys. Hands are not appropriate to chew on, but he really will make someone a wonderful pet. He is a sweet, sweet guy.
Bigger paws already, so he's not going to be a little puppy. I mean, he's not for much longer there.
No, he won't. He won't be a little puppy. A lot of people ask us when they adopt a puppy, you know, how big they're going to get. We never know the answer to that. Right. If that's something that's important to someone, they should always adopt an adult so they know how big they will get. But this little guy is going to make some family very, very happy.
And I mean, at this age, just being released right now from SPCA to be allowed for adoption. So I mean, you're getting a brand new little guy who's just wanting a home, and he doesn't even have to wear the outfit. I mean,
no, he doesn't. But he's very cute in the outfit.
All right, so two puppies then for the SPCA, and of course you have a whole lot of.
We are 100% full. Please, please come and adopt. Come see us. If we're full, it means we can't take in other animals. So the more adoptions we have, the more animals we can help.
Saving more puppies' lives. And
Thank
everything.
you.
Thank you very much. All right, Rice Krispie, we'll see you later, and obviously you'll be probably going to somebody's house later today. So thank you very much. Kate.
Thank you.
Oh, my goodness. Well, check out this Rice Krispie. Look, this could be one of your new friends here. This picture was sent in by Diana from Jarrettsville, Maryland. This is her dog, Bruno, getting all ready for Cinco de Mayo. Ridiculously cute there. Diana, thank you for sharing that with us. And we'd love to see how you're celebrating today or maybe just enjoying the weather. We would love to see those by you scanning that QR code right there. That's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. You can upload pictures and videos there, and it's all powered by Stackla.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
Oh, it's that time of year where we are celebrating Mom, and you can win extra spending money every day from now through the weekdays until May 12th. Grab your phone, scan the QR code for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania Trivia Contest. Get the question right, you can win the $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom. You could even be a mother-in-law. Again, scan the QR to get this Mother's Day Mania Trivia question of the day. Good luck. Pleasant conditions, putting it nicely, for the first weekend of May. It's going to be gorgeous. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking our weekend warm-up. That's coming up in his 10-day forecast. 9:53 is the time.